How are you today?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm good.
I have a question. In the African American communities, what do you believe is the feeling about whether streets and communities should be kept together, even if it results in a greater proportion of minorities at a particular school, or if that it would be better to separate communities to equalize the balance?
I think that you got to give up diversity.
Every school.
And if you do not have that,
It's,
you're doing that.
but about the degree or something like, you know,
Yeah.
we
I mean,
think that it's a high percentage in
Well,
one
just like I'm
kids to
I'm
six.
expert. We have diversity, but, I mean, you know, our numbers are not. But we do have, right, but if you take the look,
Yes, yes,
and I don't care what those peers.
yes,
We all should know.
yes, yes.
And then we're gonna have, they might not come tonight, but you talk about it. And we don't do that.
Yes, exactly.
We have much more education.
And every, you know,
Tell me that.
That he was on the
is
culinary.
Well, Galen is when I talk to on a regular basis.
a different population than it has for me.
Every
school
regular
is
is talking to
Well, no.
I guess we were, I don't require
Yes, yes, I know, and that's what we
Basketball,
are.
that'll be a crowd probably.
Yeah.
Well, some of, on some of the versions,
Okay.
we looked at 8 different businesses. We pretty much eliminated 4.
I believe that they'll come down, they'll all.
I could be on.
And both of them will be. Yes. Have computers, shall we say, and use them. Pursue it
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to go ahead and call the meeting to order. This is the regular April meeting of the Clark County Board of Education. I'd like to thank this capacity crowd. And I see lots of tall girls wearing red shirts. I think know what the student and staff recognition would be. But I thank everybody for coming out to help us discuss matters related to the district and education in Clark County. I'd like to have everybody stand and observe a moment of silence. Now the pledge. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First item of business is adoption of the agenda. Does anybody have any additions?
I have a question.
Okay.
On item 7,
Uh-huh.
based on the email that we received, is that going to be presented by a staff person or just a member of the public?
Member of the public, football district club.
Would that be more appropriately placed under public comments rather than something on as an agenda item for discussion and action? I'm asking. Because typically we have a staff person, a district person who presents things on which we're going to discuss and or take action. But with this listed as discussion, does that mean we are not taking action?
I listed the item that way because I want to leave it open. So that gives us, we can vote, we cannot vote. That leaves the board some options. So I would say, Judy, if one thing we can do, we could move Ms. Cole's comments to public comments and have Mr. Columbia present that.
Okay.
Or if that would be okay with you.
That would be excellent.
Okay.
If everyone else, thinks that's okay.
I make a motion that we accept the agenda as amended.
Motion by Dr. Griffith,
Second.
second by Ms. Ritchie. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Next up is approval of minutes for the March 18th Finance Corporation meeting and the March 18th regular meeting. Does anyone have any comments, changes, or suggestions? If not, a motion is in order to approve both sets of minutes.
I make a motion to approve both sets of minutes.
Motion by Mr. McGowan,
Second.
second by Ms. Ritchie. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Student and staff recognition.
First, if we could, we'll have Ashlyn Brookshire, if she'll come forward. Each year, the Kentucky Nutrition Association's art contest gives students an opportunity to design their own school breakfast artwork. This year, the contest theme was School Breakfast in 3014, not 2014, but 3014. The students who participated were asked to draw a picture of how they imagine school breakfast will look in the future year of 3014. They were also asked to give a caption describing what their picture is about. Our district winner for Clark County is Ashlyn Brookshire. Ashlyn is a 5th grade student at Providence Elementary. Now, I think, do you all have her artwork that you can put up on the, you should have that, should have her artwork.
in our packet, so.
It should be, I think it's item number 2 maybe, or no, 2A or something.
While they're looking,
Oh,
I'll
no,
tell you,
there it is, 2B.
Ashlyn describes her artwork as the lunch lady gives you a breakfast bit, M&M-like things, but with 1 drop of water, it turns into a complete breakfast of scrambled eggs, pancakes, bacon, and orange juice. Ashlyn will receive a $25 scholarship from the Clark County Nutrition Association, and her artwork will be sent to the state level to be entered in the state contest with a chance to win a $100 scholarship. Here with us tonight is Sandy Napier. She's a representative from the Clark County School Nutrition Association, and she's going to present Ashlyn with her $25 scholarship.
And the cafeteria manager at Providence.
Providence.
And I'm proud of Ashley. There you go, dear.
Something with this one.
You guys. Our next group, if we've got Victoria Swisher, Mason Heisel, Zachary Rowe, and Connor McCarty. If they'll come up, please. The Kentucky Farm to School Junior Chef Competition is a statewide competition for 9th through 12th grade students. The competition requirements were that the 3 to 5 member team design a recipe that meets the National School Lunch Menu Guidelines, be a food service staff-friendly recipe which can be used on the school menu, and use at least 5 Kentucky Proud products. The entrees were judged on the following criteria. 1 was taste. It had to be kid-friendly and flavorful. Appearance. It had to have a nice presentation on the plate. Creativity. Ingenuity of the ingredients used, how the dish is prepared, and how it's presented. Best and most use of local ingredients, highlighting local and seasonal foods. And school food service appropriate by the time and cost affordability and nutrition level. The district had 6 teams to participate in the local contest, and the winner of the local junior chef competition was Miss Stone King, and she's here with us also. Miss Stone King's class came from hers. And again, that's Victoria Swisher, Mason Heisel, Zachary Rowe, and Connor McCarty. The team will be submitting their tortellini recipe for the state Junior Chef Competition, which takes place at the Kentucky State Fair in August of 2014. I'd like to thank all of the principals, the staff, and the students for their participation, and wish the winning team the best of luck at the state competition. This next group is a little bit larger group and especially taller group. It's the members of the GRC Hoops basketball team, and we'll ask, as I call your names, we'll let you stay seated while I read this part, and as we call your names, just come up and Dr. Kudak has a certificate for each of you. This is the George Rogers Clark High School girls basketball team who won the 40th district championship, went on to win the 10th region championship, and then went on in the Kentucky High School Athletic Association Sweet 16 to the Final Four. That's a huge accomplishment. On that team, Alexis Graham and Sandra Skinner were chosen to the Sweet 16 All-Tournament team. Alexis tied a Sweet 16 record that's been held since 1988 for three-pointers made in a game, with 7 in one game. The members of the team are Lauren Welsh, Shelby Gilbertson, Caitlin Williams, Paige Taylor, Megan Carroll, Maddie Hamlin, Micah Kendrick, Sydney Anderson, Alexis Graham, Sandra Skinner, Malaya Bale, Elizabeth Hartman, Taylor Ritchie, Ashley Davis, Ariana Danielle, Aaron Singer, head coach Robbie Graham, his assistants are Steve Anderson, Teresa Palmer, William Brown, Dennis Wainwright, Willie Henry, and David Crump. As all the girls were coming in, I said, somebody has to stand up in front of this group and speak to everybody. And every one of them pointed, when I said they all pointed at Alexis. So I don't know if Alexis was saying that.
Thank you. I appreciate
I just want to thank everyone for allowing us to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, girls.
I say maybe we should go short.
Not making eye contact. There's still a bunch of people thinking
I did get some of those too, yeah. Okay. I have a couple of phone calls about it.
Okay, everybody can be seated. We'll go ahead and resume the meeting. Next item is public comments. I'd ask Ms. Kim Cole, she's out in the audience. We decided on agenda item number 7 to have Mr. Columbia present for the district, but we wanted to hear your part of this as a member of the public and as a member of the Booster Club in the public comment section. So.
Okay. Our booster
You can go up and
our booster president, Don Shamrock, is going to be our presenter for the football team. I spoke with Mr. Columbia and he agreed.
Okay, we'll go ahead and you can present.
I'll get some more chairs. Let's get down here.
Oh, sorry. Thank you for your time, Board. What we have on the agenda today is as you know, the football team is kind of in disarray at this point. We don't have a coach in place, and we got several different issues going on. We had a grant that was given that the former coach was able to get from a company that does kind of grants for impoverished school communities or things like that. They've offered to do a turf field for us, and if you look there, and I don't know what you've been supplied on it, there's actually a letter of intent from the company. If you don't have that, we can make sure that
we have that.
You do have it. Kind of breaks down the cost of what we're looking at, what the company is offering to do as far as the grant goes, and then what we would be responsible for supplying as far as getting the groundwork done. Now, I know in the past when this has come up, it's been, well, we've got to think about the new facility and the new. This is this company's offered to do the same field here at the old GRC location. They've offered to do the same grant for the new field. Now, as far as why do we want to do it? This is such a benefit to the community because having a turf field, first of all, would eliminate a lot of the safety issues we currently have at the old field. It would also allow us to be able to practice on that surface as a football team constantly, as opposed to now we go up on top of the hill, it's full of rocks. When we're forced to come down and practice on our current field, We've got a lot of issues there with holes in the surface and with the Bermuda grass and blotchy in places, and there's places where the grass comes up higher than the others. So we've got all kinds of safety issues that would be totally eliminated with a turf field. Also in that case, a turf field would allow the band to have access to it, soccer team, baseball team, the community would have access to it. You couldn't hurt it. You could also have your Civitan games there. Both the middle schools combined, they can use the field. So right now we have 2 football fields in the whole community, and neither one of them are up to grade. This would allow us to have this field in place, and this could start right after graduation. And then going forward, outside graduations there on the turf field would be, real nice as compared to, with weather, and we get that field sloppy and it's rainy. Trying to have graduations out there is pretty nasty and messy. This would eliminate that. What we're looking at is trying to rate. We've got some community involvement. We last year we talked to several of the local businesses, Palmer Engineering. We talked to the Allen Company. We talked to several, and I think the Codell Construction. I think we could put together to get the grading and that type of stuff, the groundwork done, kind of donated to us, and then from there the grant, and then we're only looking at needing a minimal amount of money as far as what we would need from the district. I currently have this is my 3rd son going through. He'd be a senior this coming season, and facilities wise, we are facilities poor in football, very much so. Thank goodness we have a great person in that has really kind of taken over and helped us with. Dr. Perry Williams has donated out of his own pocket about $18,000 to upgrade the weight room, which he's done that on his own. He's not got any support from any of the other sports teams in Clark County. He's done that, for the football team. He's actually doing the training for the football team. This all being said, the job as it stands for any incoming coach, which we're trying to get the best. Obviously we want we want a coach that's going to love Clark County football as much as we love Clark County football. And when we look at our facilities, when we look at our weight rooms, we look at our football fields, we look at all these things combined, the fact that our stadium is an oddity, its bleachers are all on one side, we're pushed, the visiting team has about 3 feet and then they got to run up on the bank when the play comes their way. The teams that visit us have to go all the way up to the gymnasium to dress and then walk back down to the fields. Halftime they spend sitting outside in the elements. We've talked about some remedies to that with the opening of the vocational center there beside, maybe opening up a couple rooms there for visiting football teams. But there's simple things that can be done and cost-effective things that can be done to really take us, for a minimal amount. When you consider what it costs to have a football program, a minimal amount of money to really kind of get us back close to our neighbors. Bourbon County has a turf artificial field, a big field house. Montgomery County, obviously, they've blown us away there. We can catch up. Lexington, all high schools have turf fields. It's just so practical as far as everything else that can be done other than football. So with a field like this, not just the football team, but the entire community benefits from it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We may have some more questions for you later when this item comes up under the record business. But thank you for taking the time to address us from the public comments section.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else signed in for public comments? All right. Next up is Superintendent's Report. State and District updates, Mr. Christmas.
I have one update here. We're partnering with the Markey Cancer Center to provide opportunities for free screenings in the following areas: breast, lung, colon, and skin cancers. Our Friskies will assist families who are interested in actually receiving these services. This will most likely be available to our families who qualify for free and reduced lunches. Clark County Public Schools will be the first school district in Kentucky to partner with the Markey Cancer Center to provide these free services to our families in need. So we're proud of that. Not a lot of other things to report to you other than where you've got a lot of stuff, a lot of things going on in the office, in the buildings. Everybody's working as hard and as efficiently as we can to make up any lost time, and we're preparing to move into that testing time. So we're focused on that right now.
When will these free services be available?
That's going to be, they're working on that. I'm behind the post.
It's okay.
They are working on that right now. They're going to do for the breast screening, they're looking to create what they're calling MAMS Day Out, and they're going to try to make it an initiative to get some of the ladies together to undergo some of these screenings. They're looking, I believe that one is in August. The skin cancer, I believe they're looking to do one by December, but they're looking to open these up, get people to kind of break down some barriers. There's some that they feel like that if they feel that they have something that they don't go and get checked, and the whole idea is they said if we're not looking for quantity, we're looking to just try to save one life. And if we can do that, then it's accomplished as well.
Thank you.
Any other updates? Our next item is number 4, 7th month attendance update. Mr. Holland again.
Our month 7 from this year compared to last year, very strong. We had a 1.53% increase, which is tremendous from one year to the next. All schools, for the first time since we introduced the attendance incentive, all of our schools submit goals that they'd like to work on, and for the first time, all of our schools made their goals in the same month. So congratulations and kudos to all schools in the district. TRAP had the highest attendance in the district for month 7, receiving the banner and the flag this month. Thanks.
All right. Next item is item number 5, update on marquee signs from architect of the new high school and air technology center, Mr. Gatsby. I can cover this. Do you have any new information from last month?
Well, the only thing I had was I did kind of put together a statement for you all as requested by Dr. Griffith last month as far as of how you want to maybe address this as a motion, but we can, and I've got it presented there if we want to take a moment to read it, or I can let you have the floor to address it as you will.
I'd also offer to have you and Mr. Christie and myself sit down with the planning and zoning people and see if we can work something out that's going to be consistent with current and future usage.
Certainly.
So I would certainly be willing to do that. We have not been able to set up a time. We've been busy with these things.
I've seen it here. So. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
I would say that really meets our requirements. So
Okay.
when it comes to that.
Do we need to make a motion on that, or it's just?
Oh, it's hold off for now. Let's see what we can do. So. Okay, next item is under student learning and instructional services, closing the achievement gap subsidy. Ms. Considine.
We have the following school presentations tonight, and hopefully we'll be a little briefer this time. We have GRC, Justice, Phoenix, Providence, and Shear, and you should have that documentation.
Okay, so first is GRC.
I think as you can see there, we've got 4 areas that we are addressing. It's social studies, English language arts, social studies, and math. We've set goals based on percentage increments to what we need to increase in those areas to meet our goal for this upcoming year. Some of the things we've been doing, we've been continuing to progress monitor. We're tracking students. If you come out to school right now, you can see we've got some data walls up where we're tracking individual students. We're doing formative assessments, and from those formative assessments, we are assigning to interventions on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Typically, we average 325 kids on a day, and that has been as high as 425. They are getting extra services, and from what Our progress monitoring data shows, particularly in the areas of math and science, we've made some really good gains, and I think that will translate over onto end-of-course testing. English is about consistent with where it is and it was last year. And U.S. history might be a little bit lower, but we've had a couple turnover and a couple staff that have left this year, so it's going to cause some problems in there. We're focused on trying to do reading in the content areas too. We're really pushing that, trying to get that embedded as well as doing some writing. We've also got differentiations mentioned in here. We have a lady coming from KEDC, Trish Carroll, will be there on June 5th and 10th for 2 of our extra work days to do additional training on differentiation. And then we're in the process of trying to locate a writing trainer to come in on one of those days as well.
Any questions for Mr. Bowler?
Well, this doesn't directly relate to that, but any word on how the juniors did on their ACT, or will we not know that until the fall?
We think they did rather well. We had somewhere thereabouts 120 that are already college ready. We had 78 that have 2 of the 3 benchmarks, and we were able actually, when we've already got those kids out, we know who they are. We have 6 of those we were able to mark off because they had actually had a higher score in one of the subdomains on an earlier test. So we've got about 72 roughly kids that we're going to do, since the teachers are going to be there at school on June 9th and 10th, we're actually in the process of contacting those parents. We're going to try to do a boot camp and focus on those kids because there's another test date that following Saturday. And a large number of those kids are free and reduced, so they will actually qualify for a free, they get 2 free tests, and we'll be able to get them tested, most of them tested free on that Saturday.
That'd be great. It's June 14th, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
But they know they have to register ahead of time.
Yeah, they got to be registered by May 8th or something like that, I believe.
Thank you. Next is Justice Elementary. Come on in, Ms. Hill.
Our goal is to have at least 50% of our students reach proficiency in our GAP group. So we're focused on, we have about a little over 300 students that we'll be testing. So our goal is to have about 160 of them. So we could have 150. We'd like to push that up to 160 of those students that are in that GAP group to proficiency in reading and math. Some of the things that we're doing, we have employed several people. We've employed a math specialist, and she works for 75 days. Her days are just about up, and I think she's volunteering a lot of those hours now for us. We also have a math specialist that works with K through 3 students, and then the one that we employed for 75 days, she works with 4th and 5th. And so she's using our new program that has an RTI component to it to work with those kids on intervention in those GAP groups. Some of the things that are of interest, we've started ESS for students in 4th and 5th grade only. We've targeted those kids that, because we have a large group of kids that fall within that GAP area in 4th and 5th grade. In 4th grade is probably our largest concern, so we focused a lot of attention on 4th grade. So we're doing a lot of reading and math for ESS. That's being supported by our Family Resource Center along with Central Bank, our partners in education. We did have drama as a rotation for related arts. We took that drama teacher, and she is now one of our reading specialists, and so she works with kids in reading as well to give them those extra supports. Do you have any other questions or
On the math, how much have you used the math program, this Pearson Envisions?
Daily. Across the curriculum.
What's it showing in terms of how? Can you tell anything about math scores compared to last year before you started using Envisions?
Well, it's a new curriculum for both schools. How it compares to last year, I'd have to say that what we're seeing is a progression of how it correlates from year to year and how it spirals. So we see what's happening in kindergarten, how it's going to affect them when they get into 5th grade. There are some little gaps probably in those 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade just because the curriculum is not exactly aligned to what our what our pacing was, and so we have went back and realigned it to ensure that students are mastering those skills and trying to feel that when we look at MAP, because when MAP tests, sometimes the things that MAP is testing are not things that we have taught yet according to our pacing. So we see that their scores may be low, and that's what we have seen when on our MAP. So when you look at MAP, it's really hard to tell until we get to the end of that school year, because that's when we have finished that curriculum for that grade level and that content. I do have to say it's an excellent curriculum. It's very rigorous. It's really fun for. It involves the students a lot, and it involves there's lots of components to that curriculum, lots of technology to it, lots of resources that teachers can use and students can use as well. So I think we're going to see a lot of progress with our kids in math using this Envisions.
Is there another MAP testing for the spring?
We just finished it for 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade, and so we, because we finished it back in March, we still see that we're still not all the way, because we've still got things to teach until the end of the school year. So there's still some things that tested in math that was not yet taught yet. In Envisions.
Now, will we get a MAP report? Don't we usually get that comparison from winter to spring?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we'll need to get that on next month's agenda.
Yeah, I looked for it, but I didn't see it on this month. I thought they hadn't had it yet. But, okay, thanks.
Any questions?
Thank you. Next is Phoenix Academy.
Hello, good evening. How are you guys doing?
We're okay.
Liven up a little bit, yeah? GRC hoops. I'm still jacked up over that. Robbie Grant's one of my favorite.
I've never felt so short in my life.
I think that's good. Okay, what you're going to see and what you've been looking at for the last, I guess, month or so is a little different. We don't get a score, an index score. However, I think that we are experts in the district when it comes to educating students in the gap. I feel like our program is built around whole child education, and I think until we educate the whole child, when you're talking about not only academics, we focus on academics, it's key for us, but we also focus on social emotional healthiness, employability, and then the third thing is really citizenship and soft skills. And so our plan is built around kind of that 3-goal approach, because the kids don't feel connected to what you're doing, no matter if you have the most rigorous curriculum in the history of the world. We're going to keep losing kids. And so what again, the biggest thing that we do is a lot of project-based learning. We partner with a lot of community programs. We partner with the Winchester Sun, which Cass back here. It's always my guy calling me, he's with me. We partner with the health department. We partner with the Karen downtown, so they provide our kids opportunities not only for service learning opportunities, but also for projects and also writing proposals. For instance, we're partnering with the Youth Service Center. This month is National Poetry Month. So it's also National Child Abuse and Neglect and Awareness Month. So they're putting on a program downtown. We're doing this really cool thing with poems where we find poems within other texts. So you read an article, our kids are circling words to make poems, cutting out words, putting their poems together. So they're writing poems, but it's in a very hands-on way. And then our kids are now in a competition with Roz Gay, she's putting together for us, to write a poem to be read at this ceremony to commemorate it. So again, finding something not only academic, but connecting it to real-world things. And so you'll find that throughout our plan. Our employability system, we're going actually trying to go web-based. It's cutting edge. I've got it on my phone. I can sit and evaluate a kid's employability on my phone just by pulling it up. I think I've got it, I've got it right here. See, it's kind of neat. I wish I could have the camera. But anyhow, every kid in the building, so instead of doing old-fashioned, we take like sheets and pass them around. Our kids, that data is instantly input and can be run for comparing that student compared to the other school, comparing that student from this day to that day. We can come with patterns. We can find and identify maybe problem times during the day, and it's all at the touch of a button. And so We're partnering with TLC and Ron Chi, who's down in Lexington. Fantastic educator and leader of people. And so we're kind of sister programs at this point. We're trying to build that together and looking at doing even more with it. So that's something I'm pretty excited with. And then just celebrating the partnerships that we've made with our community. Cora Hefner does a tremendous job working with us. She does. You can smile. Again, all the businesses downtown do a fantastic job. The VA hospital went and visited, wrote letters for the troops. So we're trying to make our kids understand that maybe they're not in the best situation, but other people have it worse, and to appreciate what you have and then work for being better, and then thank other people for what they've done in our community. So, any questions?
No?
Thank you.
Fantastic. Appreciate the opportunity.
Ms. Considine, who's next? My computer is down.
Providence.
Providence. Come on up, Mr. Rose.
Good evening. Okay, as you can see, the GAP score for Providence for last year was 73.7, and our target was 74.9, so we were very close. I think we were 14th in the state, maybe, as according to GAP scores. So we feel like we do a great job. The key to all students, of course, is to teach the standards. All students should be given a challenging curriculum, give them extra help if they need it, and a place for teachers matter, because the teachers have to have what they need, and they need to be happy with what they're doing in order for all students to succeed. We feel like we break down barriers between disciplines. We've implemented Wellness Wednesdays this year because of all the snow and not being able to get outside, and of course today we thought we were back in the middle of winter. We provide hands-on learning experiences and real-world problem solving, project-based activities. This year we've implemented a lot of vocabulary activities using Greek and Latin roots. We rely on team teaching, especially in our intermediate grades, and we use the MAP to card documents and mastery checks to focus on skill sets. We do have a reading teacher this year, and we have several volunteers that come in. We have a grandma that comes in who used to teach high school English, and she comes in every Tuesday and Thursday and works with us. And we've just found that we've taken what we have and we've found new things, and we've used them in order to push those all kids, especially our GAP kids, to be proficient and distinguished.
Any questions, Mr. Rose? Okay,
Thank you.
And next up is Shearer Elementary.
Good evening. To begin with, our GAP goal for this year is free and reduced lunch students, and we started preparing for this school year last summer. At the end of the school year, we took 3 days after closing day and worked together to strengthen our reading program. We do genre-based reading. What we've done, we feel like the kids need to use the skills that they learn under literary and be able to use those skills across different genres, because they're used different ways, whether you're reading realistic fiction or historical fiction or poetry or whatever. So we mapped all that out. We got to work in grade level teams, and we were able to work vertically. So the teachers were able to look at the grade before them and the grade after them and align it that way. We did the same thing with our informational reading. Since science and social studies and the other areas are all weighted the same, we felt like we can pull in science and social studies with our informational. So we did the same thing. Those same skills that are used for literary are similar for informational, but it's a different way of learning those different skills. So we spent our time doing that. We were able to find resources to support that. We used the rest of our board money last year to buy books to support that. And then so we were ready to go when school started this year. What we do is our biggest concern this year has been our 5th grade, because historically they scored the lowest. So we've wrapped as much support around them as possible. We have a really unique schedule to make sure we're meeting their needs to help them be successful. But with the rest of the school, also K through 4, we look at kids individually. We use, of course, math as our universal screener, and then we also look at guided reading levels for comprehension, and we look at their fluency at the K through 2 level to see if they're making progress. We have literacy days. We have weekly literacy days, and we have literacy once a month. We change our RTI groups to make sure they're very fluid. That helps. As the kids make progress, we can move them in and out of a particular group based on their particular individual needs. Let's see. Going back to the reading genre-based reading, we also put our writing in there as well. So if they're reading poetry, then they're writing poems as well. Also, they're doing journal writing, responding to text, and research-based writing. Let's see. Also with the math, we align that also, starting with our basic number sense and basic understanding and place value, and we work from there. So walking through the building, 1st through 5th, everybody right now is working on measurement and data based on their particular grade level using the Common Core standards. And you can see the progression as you walk through the building, how everybody's kind of at the same spot. Same way with the reading. 1st grade, if they're doing biographies, 5th grade is doing it, but it's based on their particular grade level skills. So it's like it's building a foundation. Let's see. Again, we talked about all that. During that summertime planning, our librarian was able to help because she was able to sit down with groups of teachers and say, we have these type of books in the classroom, in the library, maybe we need to order this particular group. The music teacher was able to sit down with them also, whatever they're working on. He was able to support them in his classroom, and is also the gym teacher. She's been working on integrating math into what she's doing. She was awarded the McDonald's grant, activity grant, balanced activity grant, and she's going to buy pedometers for that. And the kids are going to walk across the United States, and they get to measure and graph and do all kinds of things. Geography is also weaved in there. So we try to integrate as much as possible. We try to get the most bang for our buck because we have very little time, and we try to do the very best we can with the time we do have. And do you have any questions?
Any questions, Ms. Dawson? Okay, thank you very much. All right. Next item is number 7, discussion of grant for synthetic turf field for the GRC football field at Cardinal Stadium. Mr. Columbia.
Sure, Mr. Schrock talked earlier, I thought there was going to be just them making a presentation. Mr. Schrock brought up a lot of good points about being able to use the field in wet weather. The last couple of years, the field's not been kept up like it should have, so it does have some splotches in it. Jimmy Powell, one of our ag teachers, is starting to get on that with Mr. King and Country Club, where they come over in the past to do some fertilizing and spraying for weeds. So turf field would be great to have. It's the problem would be time-wise, which we did start after June, and it's doubtful to be ready for this year, even though the company's saying they could. Which normally it's about a 6-month process from what I've seen over the years. I know the New England Patriots did get theirs done in 2 weeks about 5 years ago, but I don't know how many millions.
The company is telling us that they could have, if they started the day after graduation, they could have it ready for us to play on the season.
The first home game is the first weekend of September.
Right.
I remember right this year.
Right.
Is this group aware of the KDE regulations regarding engineering and BG1s and all of the paperwork that the State Department requires?
So Mr. Christie talked to the group some time back, and that is another thing, right? You have to go through the process of all the paperwork and architects and things like that. So it's a long process to get it rolling.
Because it's not really that we could say, hey, yes, we want to do this, and they could start. it doesn't work like that. You know, there's a lot involved in the.
Here's the process we have to go through if we spend board money. We have to first discuss and submit a BG1, and BG1 stands for Buildings and Grounds 1. So, and the State Department of Education looks at this the same way as it would look at a building project, a major renovation for the school, anything, okay? In this case, we would be spending contingency money or board funds to do it. And that is up to KDE whether they would approve that or not. You actually go through, if you look at our agenda, we have some BG4s at the end on the consent item, consent agenda, and that's actually the closeout of all these things. And there's actually 4 steps that it goes through. The 1 is the request for money. 2 is the actual statement of what it's going to cost and how you're going to fund it. I forget what 3 is. There's a 3 in there somewhere, which I think is Frankfurt internal. And then 4 is the closeout. So it has to go through that process. The other thing is that if we submit a BG1 to the Department of Education, what Frankfurt is probably going to tell us is they're going to say you have unmet building needs for students. And they're going to tell us you probably need to fulfill those unmet building needs for students before you can start building athletic facilities. So we have one BG1 which is out right now, or the building projects which are being done on the, actually have 2. We have one on Clark Middle, which is going to be revised. We have one on the new high school, and that's also going to be revised also because of changes that were made to the facilities plan. So I think if we send a BG1 for the football field to Frankfurt, I think what they would turn around and say is you need to build your educational facilities first before you start spending money on the football field. Now, if we came to Frankfurt with a BG1 that had 0 cost to the district, I think they might look at that differently. And I think we have to, if we are spending public money, we're going to be spending $287,000 for the field, $172,000 for site work, and then more for artwork and other things. We have to be responsible for the community in Frankfurt how we're spending that money. And as we've discussed in this room in the past, the funding for our district about right now comes 50% from taxpayers, 50% from Frankfurt. And that's the reason Frankfurt has veto power and say so over all this, because of district money, that's why we're going to spend this out of the contingency. Half that contingency essentially came from the state, which comes from taxpayers all over the state. So Frankfurt would have a say in the way that money is spent. Now, like I said, if we could present something from them that, okay, we have community funding for this, we present them something that says 0. Now that changes things a little bit, because I think the state is going to realize, all right, well, this is all being funded by the community. Okay, there's no money that's going to be from Frankfurt that is going into this. They might be much more likely to approve it. But I just want to let you know and other districts go through this. If there is an upgrade for a football field, it has to go through this buildings and grounds process if there's any district money involved in that.
I really like the proposal. I like the idea that there's a community aspect to it. I just am curious, what is the time limit on this grant that they're giving? Because part of me says, can we not just go to our new high school and do this there instead of doing that and then turning around and doing it again?
We would love that, but the best estimate we're getting is 5 years. From now. This particular grant won't be available in that time frame. This is the second. It was actually approved last year.
Okay.
And of course, the timing was not right. So we again brought it forward this year. So this is the second year. I don't feel like they would approve it for another year. They give these grants to communities that are behind on their facilities and are looking to upgrade that, so that they'll move on to another applicant.
Do you have any idea what the total cost of this project would be and how much is covered by the grant?
Supposedly $1.2 million. You're going to get a $1.2 million field.
But what's it going to cost us? In your comments, you said the district, you would need a minimal amount of money from the district. In
comparison to the $1.2 million, the district would probably be a total cost of, I would think, $300,000 or less. Their part would be, and again, just like they're not locked into a financial figure because it's constantly a changing market out there with construction and everything. That's not a concrete figure, but when we did the math last year, that's where we looked, that's what it looked like it would be, the district part. And that is if we had the donation from local businesses to do all the groundwork, the preparation for the surface to be laid, which we had that in place. That was approximately about $200,000 worth of labor there or work there, and then we said, all said and done, about $300,000 from the district.
And that doesn't include architect fee? In your itemized list here, I don't see anything about an architect fee.
I'm not sure. These people do this all over the country, and I know they're aware of individual states, and they've done some other places in Kentucky. So as far as that, I would think that architecture fees would probably fall within their realm.
Did they mention anything about building the buildings that go with that? Because I know when you put in a field, you have to take into consideration the buildings that are going to be erected. Are we not?
This is just the field.
So we're not going to try to fix anything or make anything better?
Oh, you're talking about the field house?
Well, the fact that our visiting team, it's embarrassing.
I discussed that kind of separately with Paul, given that we have the technology center there that,
so we'd just be kind of using it our own stuff.
Well, as a simple fix, it's right there beside the field. You would only need the approximate room of about 2 classrooms, and you wouldn't have to put lockers or anything in it. Just gut it, because right now they're standing in the middle of an open gym with their bags.
But in our facility plan, that building is to become the Phoenix Academy.
I understand that. What I'm saying is, can there be multi-purpose rooms there that we're using the gymnasium now, and why couldn't we use rooms within that building? Because all they're doing, they just need the room. We don't have to put lockers in or anything like that, because visiting teams, they travel with their travel bags, and so they drop their travel bags and they start putting on their shoulder pads and their pants and everything else. So rather than not have a place to go at halftime and also have to walk from the gym down to the field, then we got that building right beside there. I tell you, for instance, we got in a bind. We couldn't get in there, and I'm speaking because we were running a freshman game this past year, and Highlands came. We couldn't get into the high school, and so we got access to that bit. They went in dressed in the halls there. It worked perfect. And they didn't get into the classroom, they just got in the halls. But it worked so much better. They just walked over to the field. Then they're allowed to have a place to go at halftime, and they have a place to go in and get dressed again before they leave. I mean, we don't have to supply them. They're currently not getting shower facilities or anything like that going from the gymnasium. So all we need is a space there, really. And like I said, I'm not saying we need to renovate rooms within that building. Just have a couple clear rooms we move that that don't have desks in them or something. Just enough space for us to. And I say that because when visiting teams come here to Clark County, it's kind of embarrassing that first of all, we put them down there on that field that's in rough shape. We put their fans right up against us, which is a potential problem. And then we make their kids dress down on the far end and stand out in the weather. And we need to do so much better. I mean, this is my third son going through, and they give their blood, sweat, injuries, and everything. And after 1991, you would think we would be on course where the other teams that won state championships past that time. But we are so far behind facilities. In football, the football facilities are absolutely, that we don't compare to any of our neighboring communities. Montgomery County, Bourbon County, all the Lexington schools. We're behind all of them.
We understand that. We do have a new high school.
And
there's a phase 3 coming to that school, and it's going to be historic when they're during the facilities planning process, new gym and new football stadium was one of the things that came up, because one gym has been a real scheduling problem for two different schools. So,
And I understand that.
we are definitely sensitive to that. So.
But that affects my grandchildren, maybe, if I stay in Clark County.
Hopefully not.
We don't see it, and like I said, we don't have a coach right now, okay? And that's its own problem within itself. We want, the coach that comes in here, if they walk in and they see, and like I said, thank God for Perry Williams and taking $18,000 out of his own pocket and building us a weight room. But had that not happened, which that'll help some, but we got a new coach comes in and he looks at our field and our facilities and where we're going to, he may turn around and walk away. And, because you're starting behind the 8 ball, from the very beginning. We have the talent in this town. We have the kids that can do this thing, but it's gotta be an encompassing program. And right now we're not there. We're nowhere near there. And again, I say that as a parent with a child that's the last of my 3 sons is coming through, and I know what's planned for out there at the new place, and unfortunately I really don't. The parents that I'm talking to now, I'm talking freshmen through high school, they want their kids to benefit, and obviously just like all of you that have children, you would like to see it happen for your kids.
Okay. Any other comments or discussion? I will say one thing. I'm going to walk the football field with Mr. Christie, and if there's any maintenance items that need to be taken care of before the season starts, I think those need to be addressed. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Next item is 8, 9, and 10. We'll consider these together as we did last week. Selection and approval of name for the new elementary school, the new intermediate school, and combined middle school.
I learned from last month. I'm wearing tennis shoes tonight. What we did was we, based off of how the board suggested with what we do, we put the vote out for both online ballot as well as written ballot. For the online ballot, Mr. Kaysen, credit goes to him. He was able to create that. We put that out on our website with a description as to who each of the folks that are up for consideration are, as well as what, if it's not a direct person, what that means to the community. We went through, and when the ballots closed on noon on Tuesday 1 week ago, we took it very quickly. We compiled the results, put those in. What I sent to you all on Thursday morning was a compilation. One set was the online ballots. The other set that I wanted to do was the written ballot, and we counted each of the written ballots up. I went through, hand counted each of those, and I broke those up for you by location of where the ballots were, so you could see that even broken out further. And then ultimately, I took that and combined the paper and the online ballot on an Excel spreadsheet and coupled all of those together to give you your totals, if you will.
I'll kind of preface the discussion by saying that the reason I asked for us to go back and get some community approval last time, I just want to stress that the naming authority of these schools is with the Board of Education. And I think this is an attempt to go ahead and get some public input on things. Last time we named the school, which was Justice, the online naming process, there were like 5,000 Justice votes and maybe 100 for the other candidates. So, I think it became very, very clear that was the wishes and desires of the community. And before we went ahead and named the schools, I wanted to get some feedback from the community. That said, I do realize that the online voting thing is subject to issues, and they could sit there and press the button 100 times. So I think we take the online voting things with a grain of salt. Paper ballots hold a little bit more weight in my mind, and probably a written petition with 200 names, which circulated through the community, which was signed by a variety of people in the community, probably carries the most weight in my mind. So I'll just, I've been looking at this and kind of trying to analyze all this data because I'm looking at the overall numbers. There's no clear leader. So, that in of itself is an important piece of data. But I just wanted to get that out and let everybody know what kind of my thought process was. So, all right, open for discussion.
Well, just the flawed nature of the online part just tends to skew things, that it's just really difficult to tell what the intent of the public is. But especially when when you look at those timestamps, you know what went on.
Right.
And that was just kind of across the board. But then if you throw that out, you're throwing out, much of the input. So I just have difficulty with the whole process.
It's very difficult. That's one thing that became apparent, and that's why we wanted to make sure that we did at least give you the timestamp so you could at least form your own opinions on irregularities versus not. So,
like I said, even with all the feedback we've gotten, there's not really any clear candidates. So I guess it's back to us again. Right?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, Ashley.
What, you want my opinion?
Yeah.
Well, obviously, I think.
We'll start with you and work our way down.
Okay.
How's that sound?
Well, then, okay, you just want me to give you my preference? What I'll think?
Your opinion, whatever
Okay.
you want.
All right. I think that as far as the K through 4, it's the concrete building. Everybody's going to call it the concrete building. Make it concrete elementary. But after you read all the bios and everything, I love what Mr. Baker stood for. And I would love to see where we are joining those. 5th and 6th are coming together as one. I would love to see that be Baker Intermediate. As far as the middle school, does it have to be called middle school or can it not be considered junior high? Because it's technically not middle school anymore.
I like junior high.
I like junior high. But Mr. Baker's not here and I didn't get to talk to him.
My phone.
I don't know. That's a good question.
Typically, junior high is when there was 7, 8, 9.
Yes.
It depends on what state you live in.
Exactly.
I like junior high. To me, 5th and 6th is going to be your middle now.
And the argument for junior high name is that you are expressly telling these kids you're going to high school. This is where you start. This is where you're preparing for. This is your goal. So I like that. Instead of you're just kind of stuck in the middle, it's junior high.
Right, and then you're changing it. It won't be Clark Middle School, Concrete Middle School. It's Clark Junior High School or whatever. You're taking that. You're giving them their own identity.
Okay.
That's my opinion.
Judy.
Most of the questions that I had, two major in much of the input that I received centered on two things. One, how do I vote for Bob Campbell to be at the 7 to 8 center? He was my principal, not mine, but this is what people are telling me. He was my principal. That's how I know him. But when I go to vote, I can't vote for him for the 7-8 building where I knew him from because he's not a finalist there. And the other was how confusing it would be if George Rogers Park is called George Rogers Park Middle School with George Rogers Park High School all on the same road. Those were the two main issues that I heard from folks who talked with me about it. I personally would like to see the 7-8 center named for Robert D. Campbell.
Campbell Jr.
And I would personally like to see Concorite stay Concorite. And I would personally like to see the 5-6 center named for Mr. Baker. That's my input.
Mr. Ray.
And actually, I concur there 100% on all I do, because I had the same concerns, the same emails as well, discussing the same thing. And not being from here, I read all the bios, and I was getting input from other people, and that's the consensus I got.
Dr. Griffith.
Okay, I have a little different perspective. I had several kids all 3 of my kids went to Concrete, but one of the things when you first walk into the building, you see Concrete here, and then when they started renovating, they took down a lot of the paintings and things like that, and it just broke my heart that the Concrete family felt like we were getting rid of the Concrete identity. They asked for all these personal items back. And so when I walked in to do our walkthrough of the newly renovated building, that big plaque is still there, and it kind of like, so it spoke to me that I felt like we should probably keep that name intact. For the intermediate building, I agree with Baker. I feel like, when you have someone that has done so much in the community, it's a great honor to recognize that person and to say, yes, we're all coming together in the intermediate school, and this is someone who is known for bringing people together. And the 7-8 school, actually, it's kind of interesting because I had the same feedback from people in the community about Mr. Campbell's name being on that school. There were a lot of people who felt like he identified with Clark Middle, but there were a lot of people who remember him as they identify him with the building that Concrete is housed in right now. And so I would be in favor of naming that Campbell Junior High.
I like that.
Let's see, my 2 cents. Everybody knows I'm not native here. I did not grow up here. Done a lot of soul searching, talked to a lot of people, and like I said, I'll be gone as a board member whenever. And but the name's going to be on the building for a long time. The name's going to be on the building for 40 or 50 years. So, and I must say, like I said, I was really impressed with the written petition we got last week. I think. If I'm looking at different things, it's one thing to set a computer and press a button, another thing to go to somewhere and put in a written ballot. But something else is circular petition. That indicates some contact with the community and some continuity. So I would be, I'm in agreement with my fellow board members about, I would think one of the buildings, either the Concrete Elementary or the GRC building, should be named Concrete. And since I would not disagree with anybody here at the board about the elementary building staying Concrete, because people have identified that name of that building. So I think both Mr. Concrete and Mr. Baker are justifiably historic figures in Clark County for the things they've done with the school system. So now the question I would have would be about, can we name the 7-8 junior high? I don't know the answer to that question, and that's something we would probably need to get some guidance from Katie about.
But I will double check.
Just looking here, I can't get that here.
Then therefore, I offer this motion. I move that we name the building on Mount Sterling Road that is under consideration for the name of an elementary school, William G. Concrete Elementary School. That the 5-6 center that is currently known as the Clark Middle Building on Martin Luther King Drive be known as the, I want to get the name right, Mr.
Henry
Baker.
Everett Baker Senior.
Reverend
Henry Everett Baker
Senior. Are we saying intermediate or intermediate school?
Intermediate.
That's what
Intermediate.
That's what it's listed as a new building.
Okay, for intermediate. And the building that is currently located at 620 Boone Avenue be called the Robert D. Campbell Junior High School, if allowed. If not, the Robert D. Campbell Middle School.
Second.
All right, motion on Ms. Hicks, second is tied between Ms. Ritchie and Mr. McGowan. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, everybody. All right, next item is number 11, consider approval of calendar committee suggestions for 2014, 2015. Do we need a slight recess?
Yes, please.
Okay, 5-minute recess.
Thank you.
We'll redo those seats.
So what were you doing when you
Everyone can take their seats. Let's go ahead and get the meeting restarted. We reconvened at 7:56 p.m. Next item on the agenda is item number 11, consider approval of calendar committee suggestions for the 2014-2015 school calendar. Mr. Holland.
We convened a calendar committee, and actually I put it into their laps completely. And that committee actually came up with only one stipulation, was that we have 176 instructional days, and for us not to get into a discussion with that. And other than that, we put it into the hands of the committee, and they literally built the calendar right there. So what you see, what was submitted to you, what's been put out for public viewing are options A, B, and C. The real significance as far as the differences between the calendars, you'll see the difference in opening day for both teachers and students. Those will vary on all three calendars. You will see the second real difference is going to be whether there is a teacher work day on the very tail end of the day in January coming back. And the third significance as far as differences go is, well, really those are the two. These three calendars, we kind of talked about some things, started piecing it together. One topic of conversation was the choosing of spring break, as I'm sure that folks have gotten some feedback with. So really there were two changes between those three calendars, and of course the choosing of that week for spring break.
I'll ask the first question to Mr. Christie, and this has to do with buildings, roofs, all the stuff that's going on in the district. We have a construction project at what is now Conkright Elementary School, officially, which is under progress. We have pretty much all of the buildings, all of the teachers, and we have a lot of things to do. And first of all, I'd like to start with your feedback on start dates. Are you okay with all three? Do you prefer something later?
I'll ask Mr. Columbia to stand and raise his right hand. Yes, I'm all right on the start dates. The one I think that is of most concern to everybody is the completion of the Conkright Elementary.
Right.
And they're doing landscape work. They're starting the dirt work on the outside of the building, and still assuring me that they're going to hand the keys over to us on June 2nd.
June 2nd, substantial completion, and the furniture is supposed to arrive, school especially said, July 3rd and 2nd and 3rd, and they'll put the furniture in places they need to, 7th and 8th of July.
When the furniture's delivered, their guys come in and they stay, and they pretty much work around the clock. They send a crew in. We don't have to assemble. They send in a crew. They stay and assemble, and they set it up in Roomba, and boy, it's going to go. The moves, that being the biggest one, we have the things in the buildings. All the buildings that we have right now already have that many students in them. So we're going to we can do that. We can meet any of them.
Did anybody talk to you about the high school EKU Now students? This past year, our spring break did not coincide with theirs, and so there were students who were missing classes, and or some of them had to. And so that was a big concern. I was told, I got an email, I just assumed everybody else got it too, that was that their spring break is actually the week before ours, and so I talked to somebody. Was it you that I talked to about?
Yes, that's the rationale
about the possibility of moving our spring break from the week that it is on these calendars to the week before. Is there a hardship there by moving that? Because That way, we don't have to interrupt those students who are in those classes. You know,
And figuring that one of the topics of discussion, bone of contention, was going to be that spring break, I just gave Mr. Kaysen options D, E, and F. And what D, E, and F do is option D mirrors option A, with the exception of you move spring break up 1 week. Option E mirrors option B with the same thought process, and then option F mirrors option C. All of the spring break is moved up a week. When we received some feedback, I thought, well, we'll bring that just in case, because if it becomes a topic of discussion about that spring break and that's the holding up point, we wanted to be prepared.
What is the status of makeup days? You know, if we have inclement weather, do we ever make a statement about if X number of days are missed, spring break may be impacted or something, so that folks could know ahead of time not to book their exotic vacations for that week or whatever? You know, I don't see it on things that we have here, but
We do have to list, to answer your question, we do have to submit to the state what our makeup plan is. For example, this past year, we chose not to make President's Day an option. So without coming ahead of time and doing that, it was, when the calendar was built last year, those 10 days. Now, this year, we'll have to designate probably 15 days
Right.
because of that, because we have to take a look at a period of time. So we're going to have to go with a longer period of time to take a look at. So we will have to submit, and our committee actually discussed that. And it was, I want to say, fairly unanimous. I think we had one person who said if we missed 2 or 3 days to take President's Day, if we had missed beforehand. I think everyone else on the committee had said, hey, if we missed a day, we go on President's Day. You're locked in a lot with this calendar. People think that there's a lot of flexibility. Let's be creative. And when you get the guidelines to do it, you look and you realize when you take Election Day, there's 2 this year coming up, it really hems you in as to what you can do. So really our makeup day options are going to be President's Day, and then if you want to make a contingency, sort of like what you're talking about, to say if we miss X number of days by, and what the committee had suggested was by March 1st, but whatever your all's discussion is, then we would take these 2 days. What we discussed and we thought was going to be very beneficial for parents, if that's even going to be something that's an option, at least designating ahead of time which 2 days.
Yes.
Just to say we're going to take 2 days, I think that leaves it too open-ended. So to say the Monday and the Tuesday, or that Thursday and the Friday or something, we at least thought that might be helpful.
I believe that it would be as well.
And I think the 176 instructional days came from some legislation which was in play at the time you all met, because one of the bills that was supposed to give districts relief on extra days actually went through and rewrote the calendar standards, which is one of the reasons it probably got stopped. I don't know if it passed, but that was definitely in play. And probably at the time I think you all were meeting, that would look like likely that was the version that was passed. So that's where the 176 days comes from. So and that bill actually would have fixed the day, the calendar at 176 days for every school, every district in the Commonwealth. So, but I don't think that passed. No, look back and say, I don't think it did. So.
But we will still have our 176.
Right.
And we have our
176 and 6.5 hours a day.
days.
Yes.
Yes, because we are not a minimum district.
That's right.
As a, just a personal comment, I agree with the President's Day and taking either Monday, Tuesday, or Thursday, Friday during spring break. I would, personally, just because of the type of weather we've had, like to see us starting, I guess we'll call it calendar F, CF, or whatever you want to call it, C/F, and finishing May 22nd, knowing that we're probably going to be adding days to that. If we choose the later start date and the later ending date, then we're right back into June and, you know, the complaints and et cetera that we had this year.
We did take a look at the weather.
Almanac?
They don't want to be, we're not trying to be.
Almanac?
The weather folks here.
Farmer's Almanac.
Well, because they've been pretty much spot on as far as.
It did seem to be sort of, when we were
predict
looking
snow for
at
today.
trends,
Yes.
it did seem to be sort of cyclical. So we as a committee sort of took that into consideration, that it's possible next year we may see at least a little bit of weather because of the way some trends had gone. Looked at that as well.
Well, my votes, or the folks who contacted me, I had 5 votes for A, or now D, 2 votes for B, or now E, 4 votes for C, or now F, and 8 votes for anything but B. So that's how they voted their votes.
Other comments or discussion? Personally, I would like to see, I guess it'll be F now instead of C, assuming that everybody's really moving the spring break up a week to coincide with other educational institutions. You know, starting on the 11th, if we can swing it with all the moves, it gets us out on the 22nd. That gives us a couple days after the 22nd to add case of inclement weather. So I would be in favor of that option. So 18th is a little bit late to go back, if you ask me. But
I agree.
I agree.
any other discussion?
Do we need to amend the calendar to say that we will take President's Day if we've missed days?
Yeah, let's actually have some discussion on that. So I think it would be a good idea when we submit the calendar to the public to say, here are our makeup day options.
Yes,
So-
I agree.
We did that
I
several
agree.
years ago, and parents knew. They go, okay, if we miss, we're going to school that day. And so they also knew, hey, we've missed, we're going to school that day.
Would we want to set a threshold? Okay, if we miss 3 days, we take President's Day. If we miss 5 days, we're going to start to cut into spring break so people actually know and keep track. If that makes sense.
The way it was done before, it was the very first day we took was President's Day, and we knew that. And then I forget what it was after that.
I think we had to.
What about that January, as Mike is saying here, the January 5th teacher work day? Could that be a makeup day as well? If we've missed before Christmas, as has been the case?
Because we've missed before Christmas in the
Yes.
past.
We can do that. We can offer that as a day for students. We would just also want to know that is scheduled to be a
Yes.
contracted teacher work day. So then I guess we would have to take a
Add
look
that somewhere
at moving that probably to the end of the year, or potentially election day. That could be something that we could take for consideration.
But we wouldn't, yes, we would, no.
Yeah, we have 2 elections. Yeah, you could make Election Day a PD day.
Yes, yes.
We just can't make it because of some
Right, it can't be a
places
school,
are
right,
polling
it's
places.
polling places, yes. So Election Day is a PD day. Monday the 5th, would it still be a work day if we have not missed days before Christmas?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that would be designated as a teacher work day.
Right, okay.
I think what we wrote on the calendar that went out to parents was January 5th, first snow day makeup.
Yes.
February
16th.
second snow day makeup. And then I don't know how we want to word it after that.
You got, let's see, between the 22nd and 29th, you got Memorial Day there. So if you had a lot of bad weather, you'd have to tack 4 days on the end of the schedule. So I don't know. I'd like to say if we miss a certain number of days, then spring break is fair game. And I would just set that at 5.
So if we've already made up 2 or 5 in addition to the 2 we've made up? So would we just say 7? Or if we've missed 7 days, we take 2 days out of spring break.
So that we would have already done 2, and then we would do 2 more. Yes, that would still be your 5 requirement.
That was the number
That
that the
works.
committee
That
actually
works.
came up with was 7, so.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So spring break is greater than 7 days missed. We want to commit to either Monday, Tuesday, or Thursday, Friday?
That would be good. If we could put that out. Yeah, that could be.
Well, I mean, for continuity's sake, if they've been in school on Friday, there's Monday, Tuesday, they can continue whatever they're working on.
Yeah, I think Monday, Tuesday.
When is the end of the, that 9 weeks?
Oh, we'd have to sit down and count that out. I
Okay.
did not, we didn't go as far as the individual breakup of 9 weeks, but we did do the semester breakups. from
Right,
18.
right. I just didn't want to, like, say, okay, now we're starting.
9 weeks is going to fall early March sometime, so.
Okay.
I mean, to me, if they're going to schedule anything, let them schedule it from Wednesday through Saturday. So take Monday, Tuesday, if you take one. Because if you take Thursday, Friday, you're going to let them out and then bring them right back in. And then let them out for the weekend.
Bring them back.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right, that's what
Yes.
I'm saying, keep them, so to speak.
Yes.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So if we get that far, we would take Monday and Tuesday?
Yes.
Okay, so to be clear, if we miss 1 day before the time frame on January the 5th, if we miss a day beforehand, that becomes a day for students. If we have...
And the PD day will be rescheduled to Election Day, the 18th, the 19th.
The 19th.
President's Day.
If we miss the second day, by the time that President's Day is to occur with the public knowing that that's a possibility, then we would just automatically make that a day for students, correct? Okay. And then if we hit 7 days, before what time frame? Did you want to?
You
was
said
there a
March
date?
1st?
Did you want to do March 1st?
Yeah. That gives ample time to get warning out, planning, and everything
Yes.
else. So,
And then everything else is made up at the end of the school
right.
year?
Everything else we have to do with school.
Since calendar E/B is out, do we need to make a motion for which one to take?
Like I said, I'm in favor of F because it would, that's got
I
the
agree.
spring break in sync, and that ends us on the 22nd of Lawyers' Day.
I concur as well.
I concur.
Okay.
Ashley, are you okay with that one?
I was shaking my head, yes.
Oh, there is complete agreement amongst board members. We need a formal motion in a second.
I make a motion that we adopt calendar F with the amendments regarding snow days.
Okay. Motion by Dr. Griffith.
Second.
Second by Mr. McGowan. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Ms. Conlon. Well, that's good. I'm glad to see that. I'm glad that we established what the sequence of the makeup days is, so that way I don't think there's going to be any surprises for anybody next year if we get another bad no like this. Item Ms. Amos, item number 12, consider approval of 2014-2015 extra service salary schedules.
The extra service salary schedules that you have in front of you are basically the same as this year, with the positions with the merging of the schools taken out. Everything pretty much the same. Nothing changed.
I have a comment or a question about the elementary academic coaches. When these positions were established, it was, and I'm not sure anyone else was on the board at the time. You may remember the discussion, Mr. Christine. But the when all elementary schools were encouraged to have academic teams, the expectation was the first year when they hadn't had, some of the schools had not had them. Some of the schools had had them for a long time. But once the directive became that all elementary schools were encouraged to have an academic team, the first year they could just compete locally, just within our district, do some scrimmages, do the Principal's Cup, do the President's Cup, and, you know, kind of get your feet wet. Then the expectation was that every school would do Governor's Cup the next year, in addition to if we had the local Principal's Cup and the local Superintendent's Cup, they would still do Governor's Cup. Governor's Cup involves district and regional at the elementary level. This year, some of our schools did not do Governor's Cup. They only did the local part, the President's Cup, or I keep saying President's, Principal's Cup and Superintendent's Cup. How do we specify that the expectation, if we're getting the salary as an academic coach, that you do what we thought we were saying you should do as an academic coach? How do we do that? Or do we not require that they do Governor's Cup? I mean, the whole purpose of academic team is Governor's Cup. This is, you know, and when the kids go on, you know, there's not a state level for elementary, but there is a regional level. But once students get into the mode of Governor's Cup, when they get to middle school, it's a big deal. When they get to high school, it's a big deal. If the elementary kids have not had the Governor's Cup experience, maybe that impacts the middle school participation. You know, and with our moves next year, you know, that's going to be impacted anyway. But I would really like to see some clarification of what is the expectation that we as a board have for what academic coaches coach.
Unless you made the academic coach, like right now it's $500 if they get 100%. If you made it $300 if they compete at the regional level, but if they go to Governor's Cup, they get the extra $200. We could put something like that in there, couldn't we? As a, you know, they turn in a standard invoice to get payment after they're hired for that position.
Right.
And they would have to show proof to their principal, and their principal signs off on a standard invoice, unless you link it to something like that.
Right.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
that they.
Unless you just make
Or you could just say the expectation is we will pay your entry fee or your coach if you sign up for Governor's Cup.
Right.
And if you don't, then you have to pay your coach. If you just want to do local.
Right.
I think all the teams wanted to, you know, wanted to actually do Governor's Cup, but I think there was some confusion this past year. I can't remember the entire conversation, but it was basically, oh, I didn't, you know, it was like they weren't being held accountable, so they didn't know, yes, we have to, or no, we're not, and I think it was disappointing for a lot of the students that they didn't get to compete, you know, in Governor's Cup, because, you know, I know some of the students had said that themselves.
Well, we can make it a requirement and, you know, show proof that they competed in the Governor's Cup to get the stipend. Usually our stipends on our payroll calendar are paid half in December and half in May.
Right.
If we could do the half in December and they have to show proof that they competed in the Governor's Cup to get the other half, we could do that.
Well, all the fees are due in September, right? Aren't the Governor's Cup fees
Yes.
due in September?
Yes.
I mean, we'd know if they'd actually registered, you know, in the fall. But, we'd probably want to do that for the other schools as well, just so that we're being consistent.
Right. And I believe both of both of our middle schools this past year and the high school did Governor's Cup.
Yes.
So how do we do that? Given the general discussion, what do we?
I'm in favor of that, but I don't know what this document needs to be, if it needs to show up here, or whether
Would it be in a job description since we're requiring them to do that?
I would think it would just be a requirement. I mean,
Is there a job description for?
Yes, there is. There is a job description for academic coach.
How about we bring the elementary academic coach job description back?
Well, we should bring all of them back if we're going to just do that, you know, elementary.
But I believe the middle school ones, or maybe it's all the same, but I believe it's specified on at least one, or maybe that was something else.
I can get that. Do you want it right this minute? It'll take me 5 minutes.
Right.
Sure.
Or we could add a line to the bottom of the salary schedule that's on completion.
Contingent upon completion.
And everything else is pretty much the same. I know Mr. Keene is going to bring a few changes at the high school level to you on down the agenda. You'll see that shortly. But this is just the base of it.
Can I bring up one thing? Governor's Cup will look different because we're K-4s.
Yes, yes. I
And
know.
so we're not quite sure how that's going to look at the competition level.
Because at the elementary level in the past, the fifth grade has, you have a few really gifted fourth graders who sometimes participate, but it's primarily a fifth grade competition has been at the elementary level. And I'm assuming that with our 5, 6 intermediate, they would be participating.
Fifth grade has to participate in elementary.
Okay.
Correct. Fifth grade has to participate in elementary.
Okay.
They can't play up.
They can't play up in the.
But if we wanted to do some regional or local things,
We would still have
compete
enough,
with
yes.
Montgomery County has an intermediate and compete
Right.
with them.
That's what we need to do. We need to check to see
Yes.
how Montgomery County's competing.
But yes,
Montgomery County's 5th and 6th grade school only plays 5th graders because 6th grade has its own competition.
Right.
6th grade academic
Showcase.
It would not be hard to do with 4 K-4 schools because we can compete very easily with a district.
One
here.
district, yes.
But when we advance on to regions,
We're going
then it
against-
would be, our poor little 4th graders would be all against all 5th graders who've probably been on it 2 years or more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't think it would be a problem for us to have like we did this year, and have a principal's cup and a superintendent's cup or whatever. But as far as, I've been doing governor's cup since 1989, so, I appreciate the competition, but it will be very difficult for us to continue that with 4th graders, especially when it's, when we compete well before the end of the year, before they've gotten through the whole year's curriculum, and then when we went on to regions, we would be up against much more advanced.
Yes, yes.
So I don't think
Good
it would hurt us
points.
to do some kind of quick recall tournament here within our district, but as far as Governor's Cup, I think we should leave that to the 5th and 6th grade.
Point well taken. Yeah, I
if
understand.
they did want to compete in Governor's Cup, would
If you had 4th graders that wanted to play up, I don't see why they couldn't try out for if you're going to do it at the 5th grade level.
No, what I meant was if you have coaches in the K-4 schools who want to participate in Governor's Cup at the district level, and if the kids do well enough, take them to regional. Thank you. You know what I'm talking about?
And once you get to regions, you're against all those 5th graders. I don't think it should be required that you have to do it, but I think we should all do the same thing.
Just a quick read of the job description it's pretty generic. So.
Yes.
And I'm with Judy on this. I'd like to set some standards and expectations. So.
And this is at all levels, right, Scarlett?
Pardon me?
This is the job description for all levels. That's what I was kind of thinking, yeah.
All right, I'll be in favor of making some changes to the job description for academic coach and bring that back at a future meeting. So we'll add it to Mr. Christie's lengthy to-do list.
To make a motion to revisit, is what you're saying?
Well, this is not on the agenda,
Oh,
so we don't have to make a motion on that.
The concern would be that we need to add something specifically on the salary schedule, and I would say the answer to that's no. We can address it in the job description.
Okay.
And we have to July 1
Okay.
to do that, so.
All right, we'll bring that back next month. Okay. Given that, any other questions from Ms. Amos? If not, a motion is in order to consider approval of the 2014, 2015 extra service salary schedules.
Make a motion to approve the 2015 extra service salary schedules.
Okay, Mr. McGowan.
Second.
Second by Dr. Griffin. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Next is item 13, consider approval of 2014, 2015 salary schedules. Ms. Amos.
And salary schedules are pretty much the same as the current year with the 1% increase that we are mandated to put in by legislature. All employees will receive a step as well as a 1%.
Dr. Bob nods his head when the state, we've said the state's funded that.
Yeah, that sounds good.
To the best of everybody's knowledge. Okay. Any other discussion on 2014-2015 salary schedules?
On table 2, the,
You had some idea.
Go ahead. Go ahead. You go ahead.
okay, are you sure?
Go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Christie and I discussed this question that I presented. On the elementary assistant principals, where we have 12.5 extended days, that seems very out of line with the others. And then he reminded me that for now, our elementary principals are just half-time. And since we haven't decided as a board yet when we have our 4 new elementaries, whether or not we'll have, if those elementary principals would continue to be half-time. We haven't had that. How do we show that? What if they became full-time? Would they get 25 days extended?
Well, that would be up to you all at this point. You all said that. I mean,
That would be my recommendation. That would be more in line with what other assistants are doing at the, it's just a little less than what they're doing at the middle schools.
So do we do that now, or do we bring it back later?
when you make them full-time, I would think.
Well, right now, you only have one half-time assistant principal at the elementary level.
Oh, we had 2.
In your current staffing allocation, you have one full-time assistant principal for 1 year only.
Right, and that expires with this year, right? Okay.
So your question is going to be when you address the administration, if you're going to have that, if you're going to want to put in your salaries, in your staffing allocation, if you want to put either a half-time or a full-time assistant principal at each of the elementary schools.
Mm-hmm. And also, the other question that I had was the range, where we have 2 percentage ranges on the elementary principal index and on the intermediate/middle school principal index.
Those were done at a time when you had a huge discrepancy
in the size.
in the size of the building, and your smaller school principals were at the 10%, 15. Now they're going to be pretty much equalized, so you could probably do away with that range, just at 8%. But all of them except with one maybe are at 12, and it was split. I think one each at the middle school level, where they both.
I think they were both.
Both of them were 18.
So can, is it okay if we make those changes, that gets reflected as, and I still don't understand the percentage, the elementary assistant principal 3% index, but I've never understood how the index value is determined. Does Dr. Bob know anything about that? Across the state, how are the index values determined?
You're going to find, if you had 10 school districts present, you could probably find 10 different ways of doing it.
Yes.
A rather common way is in some districts that use an index, they'll index it to a specific cell in the salary schedule, for example. I don't know at the slightest idea how yours is done, but using the percentage index, they usually just choose a cell in the salary schedule, the teacher salary schedule, maybe. It's a percentage of that cell. That's one way that I'm familiar with doing it. Some school districts you'll find just have a flat dollar amount. They might have, just 3%, they might just have $2,500 as the stipend. So those are a couple of examples that come to mind. But I'm pretty certain we had 10 districts represented, you'd hear 10 different stories.
Yes.
Okay.
How we do it is we take, if they're a rank 1, 27 years experience, we take that 187 contract, multiply that times how many days, and get a base salary multiplied times the tax. That's how we can look at it.
Right. But the value of the index itself has just been carried on from administration to administration, generation to generation.
And we can change that. There's no set if you would like to change it.
I don't know that I would, because I don't know. Then the process becomes, how are you changing it? You know, what's fair, what's, you know, I don't know.
I could look into what some other districts are doing, the index versus the amount, and see what those are, kind of do a comparison if you'd like.
I'm sure it's been an issue in the past that there's not been by those positions.
You almost want to add like a line in there that says elementary assistant principals half-time and elementary assistant principals full-time, and have something different for those two as far as their extended days and their index.
But after this year, won't all of that become standardized?
Where are they at?
But, you know, and I don't know, but and even on the index there, you know, the 3% seems a little more out of line with the other things that are comparable next step positions, you know, between, and I don't know, but 3% doesn't really compare to anything else on the list. But I'm not really suggesting that we give a raise just because it seems out of line, if that's what we've been doing all along. But I just didn't recall that 3% hadn't jumped out at me before.
I think we kind of did a comparison with our average teacher salary of $47,000, and 3% wasn't it around $800 on the salary thing I did. I think the extended day or the extra service for an elementary assistant principal was around. Yeah, $900 is what 3% on an average teacher salary was. $900 was their stipend.
Okay, so maybe that's reasonable. Okay. I quit now. Thank you.
I'd like to ask one other consideration. When we established the position of Title I specialist and district assessment coordinator, we assigned that to 38 days, extended days. We have since done away with one of the other positions, and at the time that we established that position, I had asked for the 53 days for that, to keep that person on line with what the other district employees were doing. I'd like to add the 15 days to that extended days. That would be funded by Title I. It's not a district expense, but it would need to be reflected on here. That's a position that's funded by Title I.
That's something that we already approved, we just haven't reflected it in this.
Well, no, we didn't. We're not doing the extended days right now. But we advertised it. When we advertised it, we only advertised the position for 38 days. Now there's been someone in that position for a year. And we, at that time, we discussed adding them, but felt it better to wait because it wasn't advertised that way. All that additional days does is put that position on equal grounds with the others in central office. In the summertime, a lot of that work is done.
If in other districts, is it a full-time summer or fully extended position or whatever?
240, yes.
Yes.
And I forget what the discussion was, Mr. Christie, on the instructional specialist position that also has 38 days. Which position is that?
I don't think it was anyone.
I don't think we have anybody in that position.
Was that the Lewis Willem? When Lewis Willem was here, was that?
And he's out now, and we have no one. We have no one under that title in that position now.
The instructional specialist?
Yes.
Mr. Burkhead and Ms. Barnhart.
Title I,
Oh, okay, yeah, you're right. Why is it in there?
It was never abolished, I'd say.
It's not been
Remove it till
abolished,
it's-
nor has the
abolished.
elementary instructional leadership, or that's a position we don't feel, but
It's just
that's
not
not been
filled.
abolished either.
So what do we need to do with this to make it in compliance with what we?
I mean, you're in compliance, it's just nobody's in those spots. You have to prove for anybody to go in those spots before they get approved.
So when we approve the salary schedule and the positions, that's not approving a person to be in that position if we don't already have a person in the position.
We do have the option, if we don't have anybody in these positions, we don't anticipate any district need to eliminate them from the salary schedule.
Well, yeah, abolish the position, and that way it can't be filled.
So I guess my question is, do we need to make a change to the elementary assistant principals?
He was requesting it, yeah. 25 days. And then if we make them half-time.
Well, because there's no designation here whether they're full-time or part-time, so.
So the changes we have so far to this document, elementary principal will be 25 days instead of 12.5. The range for elementary principal will be 12% index. Intermediate middle school principal will be 18% index. And any discussion on eliminating instructional specialist and elementary instructional leadership director, which are two positions which are not filled right now, and which my understanding is there's no intent to fill.
I would be in favor of showing those eliminated from the salary schedule so that it doesn't create confusion for us.
15 days.
Less, and then the 15 days for the Title I special assistant assessment coordinator, that goes from 38 to 53.
Being paid out of Title I, not general.
Yeah, go ahead.
I've got one other one that I would like to request. Again, this would be not a general fund position, it would be a Title II position. With the intermediate school, with the two middle schools now, we're funding 2 classroom reduction positions at each of the middle schools. Next year, we would use Title II funds to only do one of those. I would like to create a position, PGES/Professional Development Coordinator, as a district position. And use that for, use Title II funding. You know, I think with the PGS, as big as it is, that's a huge program. And it's here, and it's going to stay.
Are other districts using Title II funds to do
Yes,
that?
Fayette County's putting one at every school next year.
We don't have that many.
No,
Title
we don't
II
have that kind of
funds.
Title II.
I mean, that's part of our unfunded.
Yeah. And I'm asking for one at the district level that could work with all of our schools. You know, I think this is money, it would be money well spent. It would be used to work on teacher quality and not just classroom reduction.
Yeah, one item in our, consistent item in our call surveys has always been professional development, and since this position would have professional development under it also, that would be significant outreach to our teachers, and recognizing the fact that PD is important, and making sure our teachers have good quality PD, which improves the quality of their education. We discussed the Title II funding for this dries up.
Yes, it would be same as the Title I's and the same as some of our Idea B positions. If something ever happens, those they would go away from not funded. That would be a 240 position, 240-day position. And just put it at the same 16% index as the same as the District Assessment Coordinator Title I position. Just kept it on the same level as that one. It is the lowest of the paid positions at the district level.
Okay, there's another one that I'm still not finding, and I don't know if the title has changed. There used to be more positions listed under preschool. And right now, it's just preschool family service worker and preschool routing coordinator dispatcher. What are the preschool administrative folks called? And where does that show?
We looked her up.
Yeah, I looked at the title up.
coordinator. And there's just one.
Instructional,
And which
not-
salary schedule does it show on?
There's no index, it's just based on extended days, but it's not.
it was 23. Right here.
I think it was 23.
It was regular
Okay.
rank, regular rank,
Which,
salary.
what table
23.
is that?
Page 7. That was that. Page 7.
Oh, the solid waste one.
Yeah.
Okay, I see. No, but it's the preschool FRC. Is that the same thing? No. Because those are all the family resource centers, right? Is that the same? That's not the same as the coordinator of the preschool. Okay, that's my question. Where does the coordinator of the preschool position, which salary schedule is it on?
Well, there's not one on here like that. The salary for that position is just based on extended days. There's no index to that. So that's why it's not listed on there like that. Now, in the past, when you've got these salary schedules, there's always been an extended day contract that you
Yes.
saw as well.
Yes.
Which is not included in this
Okay.
because we don't know how many aides we'll need. We don't know how many that till this is done. So I
Okay.
couldn't give you that.
So that's why I'm not finding that
Yeah.
position I'm looking for.
Because
Got
it's
it.
not an index to it.
No
Okay.
index attached to it.
Just days.
Okay, thank you for that
Sorry.
explanation. Okay, I understand.
Any other questions? Let's summarize the changes to Table 2 again, one last time. Okay. The positions of instructional specialists and elementary instructional leadership director, which are not filled, and which the district does not have any intention to fill in the near future, will be struck. Title I, director, district assessment coordinator will go from 38 to 53 days. Elementary assistant principals will go from 12.5 to 20 days. 25 days, I'm sorry. Elementary principal will go, the index will be 12%. Intermediate middle school principal, the index will be 18%. And the new position of PGES PD director will be a 240 days, 16% index. Did I miss anything?
Okay, so how do these changes impact our budget?
PGS coordinator.
Well, on the spot, that's kind of hard. But it'll go up and down. In like May, I think it's the 27th, you see your tentative budget. And we'll have purposeful numbers then.
But what you've done here is not going to affect the general fund with the exception of the possible addition of the 12 and a half days to
For the assistant principals, if we,
go
if
full-time
we,
assistant principal.
right, okay,
Along with it.
right, okay, that's good.
And PGSPD coordinator, the job description for that will need to be written, and I think probably should mention on there Title II funding. If that funding dries up, then that position will be
To look at pay accounting and some other positions with mom and this.
Okay. All right, any other discussion? Are we ready for a motion to approve the 2014-2015 salary schedules with revisions as discussed?
Make a motion that we approve the 2014-2015 salary schedules with revisions as discussed.
Okay, motion by Dr. Griffith.
I'll second.
Second by Mr. McDaniel. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Next up is Ms. Amos. It's approval of school council staffing allocation plan and budgets. Dr. Bob, come on up.
Well, thank you. It's a pleasure to be with you again this evening, and hopefully this will move along pretty quickly. And if you have questions as we go through this material, please, as always, feel comfortable and free to ask them. I don't think you have to wait until the end. And I hope you've had an opportunity to look through the document. But we're going to, a couple of things. First, you find yourself in basically somewhat of a unique position. All of your schools except GRC have been designated new schools, so the only school that the May 1 allocation deadline actually applies to is GRC. So the other information that's in here on your other schools is just simply information at this point to begin a discussion. Okay? We'll make sure we're all clear on that. When we finish, hopefully the high school will be taken care of, and in the other schools, there are recommendations here that Mr. Christie and staff have asked to be incorporated into this document on how staffing at the other schools will look like for school year 2014-15. So if we can look at Table A on page 3, what's important here is you're looking, when you're looking at this, you can see that the actual enrollment for 2013-14 was, for all K-12, was 5,469 students. The expectation, if I can move you back to last fall when we had a conversation, we reviewed a demographics and enrollment projection report. The projection was that in the district you would, at the end of the first month of the 2014-15 school year, we would expect you to have 5,463 students enrolled in the school district. Now the current number of certified teachers in the school district for the current year is 240, and based on the expectations at this point, we're expecting that you would utilize 240 classroom teachers next year under the new structure. Okay? On page 4, Table B gives you an idea that looking at each of your how your schools are structured, we anticipate that the pupil-teacher ratio, for example, in all your K-4 schools next year would work out to 24.2 students per teacher. Your 5-6 school would be 23 students per teacher. The 7-8 school at 22.7, and at GRC 20.8 students per teacher. And your district average then comes out to 22.7 students per teacher, classroom teacher. These are classroom teachers that you're paying for through the general fund or Fund 1. That would be part of, provides the bulk of the teachers in the classroom. But please understand that this does not include all the teachers that will be in those buildings. You've got special education teachers that will be placed there. You most likely would have another most common teacher that's there is teachers that are funded through Title I, for example. So when you include those, the number of teachers that will be working with the students is going to grow, and as a result, the student-teacher ratio actually will be lower than what we're showing here. This is what you're using as your basis for staffing and what it would look like if these were the only teachers you had in these classrooms in your schools. Okay? Any questions?
Well, I had a question that Gina answered, or you had answered actually, about why, GRC was down 2 years, and it was basically your original projection was that there were going to be this many students, so we allocated that, and then when actual enrollment was lower, but we kept those teachers. And so I know your numbers are numbers that don't go into quality of instruction and the improvements that we've made. So is this a number that's set in stone? Is this something that we can say, we need to have more teachers at the high school? Can we keep those 2 for the year?
How we get there on pages 9, 10, and 11 of the report. It sets out in your policy how you determine the number of teachers you're going to have at each level.
Right.
And using that information and working with the projected enrollment, that's how we got to the fact that at this point, you're going to need 2 fewer teachers at the high school for 14-15 than what we staffed them on in 13-14. So the bottom line is we missed. We had a significant number of fewer students actually enroll in September. And as a result, the primary reason you kept those 2 teachers, just to be frank and straightforward, is you had them under contract. So you were going to pay those folks, so they might as well be in your school teaching kids. But if we had staffed them based on the number of students that were actually enrolled, you would have started this fall with 2 fewer teachers than you actually had. Okay? that's why we always have, but it's a good question from the standpoint that it's easy, since we have to do, Dr. Arvin and I both, we always have to go back and look at what did we staff the school on, because that's a very logical question. I got X number of teachers this year, and my projected enrollment looks very similar to my current enrollment. Why am I losing staff? Well, the reason is the policy says you're going to staff the school based on X, and if I'm expecting the number of students, like for next year, we're looking at 1643. Okay, then it equates into I need to send it. Then according to the policy for Clark County Public Schools, that entitles me to 79 positions based on your policy. Now, the question is, at any point in time, is can the board change its policy?
Right.
Yes. But one of the things that guiding principles we always have to keep in mind is, I'll just share, I guess I'll call it a piece of folk wisdom that I would share with the school board when I was superintendent. They would ask me questions, and I would, all my common response is, we can do anything for a year. So what we always have to keep one eye on is, to your point about instruction, we also have to keep an eye on, in the long term, can we afford it?
Right.
Okay? So, and that's kind of like always pulling a rubber band, and you got a certain amount of tension in that rubber band. And so when the board established the policy you're currently operating on, made the decisions on the number of students per teacher, it was based on the decision, underlying decision point was, this is what we believe we can afford. Okay? And as you recall, over the last several years, in terms of funding of schools in the state of Kentucky have not been particularly kind, particularly in terms of state revenue. As a matter of fact, you can look at all kinds of documents, and you've seen them. Funding level for Clark County schools from state sources this year is less than it was 6 years ago. So, to answer your question, yes, the board can make a change in its policies anytime it wanted to go through the process, the proper procedure for changing policy. Two is when, before you do that, I strongly would urge the board to have as much information as possible in terms of the financial impact of making that decision. Because if you do it, I'm sure you don't want to do it just for 1 year. You would want to do it with the idea that if you firmly believe as a board that it would improve your instructional program to have those additional staff positions in your school, you'd want to be able to do it for a length of time that where at least you could, at the end of, let's say, 5 years, could make a decision as to it really did work for us or it didn't work for us. 1 year won't do anything for us.
Right.
Other than perhaps make the following year not only cost me those 2 positions, but it might cost me another position because we're restricting our spending because we find ourselves at the end of the fiscal year with not quite as much carry forward as we anticipated. So, because the point is you're making the expenditure. What you're doing at the high school this year is you're making the expenditure for 2 staff members for which you're basically receiving almost no state revenue for, because you don't have the average daily attendance to support. Okay? So that's about as succinct answer as I can give you. So, because as the board, you have the ability to make changes in policy that the board oversees, and then that's the board's wisdom, and that's what you would do. And if the board at some point made a change, then that's what we would use in determining numbers. But before you made that, what I would strongly urge you to do is to, because it wouldn't be that hard, is okay, what's those 2 teachers going to cost if we keep them there, and how are we going to pay for them? And at the end of the day, particularly when we develop that working budget, how do we make sure that that working budget is structurally balanced? Because that's your goal every year, and that's real simple. Your estimated expenditures match your recurring revenue. Those 2 things balance. You're always going to have sufficient dollars to do the things that you want to do that require just a one-time expenditure. but a teaching position is a recurring expense.
Right. Our preliminary budget was not structurally balanced.
Yes, sir. I think it'll be closer on the next go round, but it's just one of those things where there's just a constant tension. And what you don't want to do is you really don't want to be in a position where on any given year you're looking at basically having to do serious harm to your academic and instructional programs because you haven't made a decision when you need to make the decision. And the best advice that I can offer is it's much easier to make little tweaks from year to year than it is to go 5 or 6 years and suddenly you got this big, huge change you have to make. Most of us probably don't, as an experienced person in having a classroom of kids, I probably didn't notice 1 or 2 extra students near as much as I noticed the 5 or 6 that could come. Well, my personal experience, I was teaching in a middle school or junior high school in Bullitt County in 1973 when they desegregated the Jefferson County Public Schools. And I went from, when I left school in spring, I was expecting 5 science classes with about 28 students. When I returned, I had 6 science classes with 35 students. And, that was a pretty significant change all at one time because we had the students, but we didn't necessarily have the money, hire additional staff. So it's just, your question's very valid and a very good one because you can make change. I just urge you to always keep in mind that, when you make a change, it has some kind of repercussions. So you always want it to be a positive as opposed to a negative. Because things add up, Seriously. Dr. Arvin and I, we have been invited into several school districts, and one of the first things we always have to take a look at is, okay, how's your staffing compared to your ability to support the staff? If you got 5 years of declining average daily attendance that amounts to, let's say, 100 students, and you've got the same staff that you had 5 years ago, you have financial difficulties because you have lost a substantial amount of revenue to support. And so to basically cut 15% of the staff, whatever it is, in one fell swoop is a pretty bitter pill to swallow. But you would find yourself in that position because as much as you're charged with providing excellent instructional programs for your students, your first primary charge is you are the fiduciary of the funds that are placed and trusted to you. And if you become a deficit district, then other people come in and make decisions that you probably wouldn't like or agree with.
And 12 years ago, before the Dr. Bobs became involved with our district, we were on the financial watch list. That's not a good place to be, folks.
No.
We haven't been, we came out of it rather quickly, but we had some really tough decisions to make at that time. And then we got the Dr. Bobs involved, and that's been much better. We're not going to go there anymore.
I think, based on Ms. Hicks's experience, you can tell you it's never pleasant.
No.
It's never pleasant. So, but that doesn't mean if some things happen. For example, if the state of Kentucky can keep its commitment and keep increasing the seat funds for this point forward, then there could be a day where it would be financially feasible that you could lower that class size and support the number of teachers that you really would like to see there. So it's just always, it comes back to the 2 things you as the Board of Education have the ultimate responsibility of seeing that the school district is fiscally sound, because I can assure you, you've got somebody lined up for every dollar you got available. There are probably 3 or 4 things ready to spend it for you on very worthwhile projects. And it's just kind of seems to be the way it is. Okay, page 5. Was that sufficient, Dr. Okay. Page 5 is table C. It looks at what's here is you can see if you go to the far right and the current and for 2014-15, if the recommendations that are contained in this table were approved, you would have a need for four fewer other certified positions in the district because of your realignment. And you can see in the last column, the 13-14 column of other certified, you can see currently you have 30, and based on the recommendations contained in the 2014-15 column, you would have a need for 26. Now that's if you adopted what was here. Okay. On page 6, you move into looking at classified staffing. You can see that the classified staffing that is listed for 2014-2015 across all of your schools, across all the different areas here, secretaries, receptionists, etc., is 75. That's table D1. Table D2 shows you that if you compare to the current year of classified staffing, you would have a need, if these recommendations were approved, for 4.5 fewer positions than you currently have. On page 7, section 6, it talks about supplies and materials. The per pupil allocation in average daily attendance will be $136.89. The board does have the discretion that it could be as low as $100 per student. You have the discretion for this biennium. This language has been placed in the 2014-16 biennial budget that gives the school board the ability to reduce the Section 6 allocation on a per student basis to a minimum of $100. The seat base for 2014-15 will be $3,911 per student in average daily attendance. That is an increase, and I can answer your question. Yes. It will cover the 1% across the board salary increase for all of your classified and certified staff. Okay. Now there are
on section 6, Dr. Bob, if the board were to reduce that to $100, what happens to the $36.89?
The board would make that decision because in their determination there's a need for those funds to be utilized in other areas of the school district's operating expenses.
But it would still have to be instructional.
No.
No. Tell us more. I'm not saying I want to do that, but what would be the option? You know, what would be some of them? Would it be getting these 2 teachers back that the high school's losing?
Well, that potentially is an option. It could be something as simple as making sure you got enough money to pay the electric bill next month. Because some districts, even with the increase, are going to be substantially challenged to be able to meet the salary mandate, increased mandate, for example. But there aren't, if you make the decision to reduce it off of the $136.89, the lowest you can reduce it to is $100. Right. But there's absolutely no restriction on what you use the difference for. Okay, it's just you made the decision that we've got to do that in order for us to maintain a balanced budget and operate the school district. So there, it's just a fund one type expenditure. Okay.
Is this the first year that that's been allowed?
No, the current biennium had the same language.
Okay. I just don't remember this discussion.
We may not have had to discuss.
Okay.
Okay. Because a lot of school districts, the vast majority of school districts are not going to do that because it's kind of like this. Some things come back. It's robbing Peter to pay Paul, and
once you get rid of it, it's hard to get it back.
Exactly. And the other thing, if I've signed as with all the proper approvals, I've signed a copier lease, for example, and I'm having a hard time making my payments. I'm going to come and see Mr. Christie and say, remember what happened there, Mr. Christie? And so can you help me out? So sometimes the end result to me is it could end up costing you more, just to be honest, than to make the allocation because I think it's an appropriate, and in your case, you can do it without being able to do it without any trouble. Any other questions?
Thank you for that explanation.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome. There are no Section 7 allocations. The district's not doesn't even have much of a, to my knowledge, has never done any Section 7 allocations. You pretty much just put it into the Section 4, 5, and 6 allocations. The recommendations, what you'll see in the next section of this report is basically your policy, staffing policy. And you'll see strike-throughs of language, and you'll see bold, italicized words, replacements. When you kind of look through it, for example, if you look at page 9, it kind of gets really pretty simple. Because instead of having 2 or 3 different descriptors, you got principal. For example, I'm looking at page 9, it says middle and intermediate schools, you got 1 per school. You don't have to worry about it. When this school gets over 150, what do we do if we miss on our projections, or this one's under 150? So you can go down through there and you can see what the recommendations are.
Is this when we decide whether or not we want the elementary assistant principals to be 0.5 per school or 1 per school?
Mr. Christie?
Yes, that's when you would decide that.
I mean, I had an answer.
That's kind of what I thought.
But we get the superintendent to tell us. But yes, this is the point. This document, this is where you would make that type of an adjustment.
What would be the net cost of the district of it going up to 1 assistant principal per elementary?
Gene, we're looking at half.
The half level for a full.
You'd be looking at probably an addition of
4 times 30, 120,000, so it'd be about 370.
370 to go to a full-time principal.
So $370,000 per year to have a full-time assistant at each elementary school.
And 2 full-times at the 5, 6, and 7, 8.
But you have those in there already. They're in there. They've been in the budget.
Okay, what do we currently have at the middle schools?
1 principal, 1 assistant.
But they're not both funded the same way, are they? They are?
Yes.
If I recall the chart, they were both the same.
That wouldn't change under this. Because
You're just changing it from a middle school to an intermediate.
Okay.
Just changing the title a little bit. It's the same number of people.
So that'd be $370,000. That's recurring expense every year. And our current contingency is
$7 million.
Okay, if we did a half-time, how would that look? Would it be 1 principal at each of 2 schools? 1 principal at...
I've thought about that. Well, let's see. We're not. It could be. You could set it up that way, where you had an assistant principal which went from half to half. The other way you could say is assistant principal half-time and say specialist half-time or some other position at that school, but not assistant principal. So that assistant principal would have multiple duties.
I think that probably would be the preference that they would have in the building if they stayed in that building instead of being split, going back and forth to the building.
So what would those other duties look like? Or how would...
That would be, they would have to fit in, they would work them into, as they do at Strode, currently they would work them into their allocation. How they did that, whether they tolerate half-time or whether they use it out of their regular allocation, a half a position out of allocation.
But the salary allocation for it would just be 1/2 of the amount allocated for assistant principal. Is that correct? What's the other part of that salary? What's it based on, or what's the... Okay.
The only thing that the council would have input on is if they chose to use part of their allocation to make that individual full-time.
Okay.
And in my recommendation is that since the board sets what the extended days are And what the supplement is, it would still be like 12.5 days and 3%. Because you wouldn't want the council to dictate to the board, well, we've come up with the other, ponying up the other half of the basic salary. That's their decision, whether they want to use it in the classroom or whether they want to use it in the assistant principal's office. But if you don't hold to the 12.5 extended days and the 3% supplement, then they just increase your costs.
Right.
And I thought we already did that. We increased it to 25, did we not?
For full-time.
It's full-time.
If they go full-time.
That's why I asked if we needed to make that distinction on that. We need to say this is for part-time.
Now, if you make it, Dr. Griffin, if you make it full-time as a board, then it would be 25 days would be my
Okay.
suggestion. But if you don't, as the board, take action to make it full-time, but the council says we want to use a half of one of our allocated positions because we want the assistant principal during the time school's in session, they're 100% of the time doing that job. They're within their prerogative to do that. They're just not within their prerogative to say to the board, only up 12.5 more days.
Right. Understand.
And on page 11, it shows classified staff and the suggested changes that would look like in each of your schools. On your elementary, you're going to move from it's like about 7 to 1 line. It'll just be elementary, and then you got middle, intermediate, and you got GRC high school, and what those are. And those are things that are worthy of review, quite honestly, every year, because sometimes when you open up the new GRC high school, I'm sure there was a question, when you're trying to staff a new school, one of the things that always comes up is, do you have enough custodial?
I want to point out to you there, when you see down there under Clark Intermediate and GRC High School, you'll see those numbers. That's basically an increase of 1 custodial member at both of those locations.
Right.
That's also, when you go back and look at that net gain, that's reflected, and that's already reflected. Now, you get those there, you're still netting.
And then the other thing the other aspect, you're kind of going into some uncharted territory. As you move through it, it'll become obvious whether you need to make adjustments. When you have the ability to make adjustments as you move forward. If you made it through 2014-15, and Mr. Christie, based on a year's experience recommendations, that you make, kind of tweak some of these things, and that's perfectly acceptable.
Okay. So assistant principals. The middle and intermediate will be 1 assistant principal per school. And 1 principal per school. And elementary right now is 1 principal per school and a .5 position per school. If we don't do something. Okay.
Just be adding 2 positions at the elementary
Yes.
and made it full-time.
Right.
I don't understand the 300,000, that doesn't make sense to me.
That does sound like very high-paid assistant
That's what
principals.
benefits
doesn't
too,
it?
right?
That included 30.
That included the middle school.
To increase, you're looking at 120,000. To increase.
From the salaries, which, if I hear you correctly,
If you $120,000 increase on salaries to increase those people from half-time to full-time, it would be an additional 120,000, just over that.
Okay, so not the 370. Where was the 370?
That figure included your 2 full-times at the middle schools. The intermediate and the middle school has another 180.
They're already in there.
They're already in there. That's additional 180,000. It's already in there.
Make it full-time at elementary.
Dr. Paul, off the top of your head, if you added those 2 positions, what would that do to our percentage of amount of money we're spending out of Fund 1 on
On salaries.
On salaries. Because that number
Personnel.
was of
Well,
concern
you know,
being high.
I recall, I think when we looked at the draft budget, nudging across the threshold of 85%.
Yes, and that was
So
a red
this
flag
won't-
for
This
us.
won't do anything to cause that percentage to drop, okay? And I do think, I don't say that kind of tongue in cheek, but with all seriousness, that is, you know, that's an issue. I'm really concerned, I really think you're getting into a situation where you don't want to be if you get much over 85%. But let's look on the positive side of that 85%. The fact that we're struggling around that mark means you're putting an awful lot of your resources into your classrooms, into your schools, because that's, when we're looking at that, that's, you're putting it into personnel. And it might drop below that. You know, you don't have to, in one sense, it's not imperative that you make a decision on that assistant principal's position at this point, because there's a very important piece of information that's going to come your way about somewhere prior to May 30, and that's the tentative budget. And what we just got yesterday, what we think is going to be the seat dollars that's going to flow to Clark County. And I can tell you it's going to be more than what we looked at in January, because we were using the current year's base for seed. So when we kind of get some of these other expenses that we know and get all that arms wrapped around it, it might be very logical at that point to revisit the issue. Because you can always, you all intuitively know we can always make it. It's easier to make a positive change than it is a negative change.
Yeah, we can't unring the bell.
It's hard, extremely hard. But at the May board meeting, there may be sufficient data and information that would make all of you, particularly, more comfortable with making a decision, or whether it's just to leave them alone for at least a year and see how it expires.
That seems reasonable.
I'm a big believer in having as much information as possible.
This is why we have you, Dr. Ball.
Are there any other questions?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, if you approve the allocation for 0.5 of a assistant principal, we find that once you're in the schools, there's need for it's easier to add it than it is to take it, say, all right, we're overstaffed, or our budget looks terrible, and then take it back.
What's important to me is that, quite frankly, is that you have a suitable balance, a contingency, and I've told you 12% for a district your size, and it's that the budget is structurally balanced to the best of our ability. If you'll recall, we came into September thinking, we came into school starting this past fall thinking it was going to be structurally balanced, and then we had some surprises. And you made one-time expenditures to deal with it. And that's fine. We've taken those out in the draft budget. So we're kind of starting over again. But the real flexibility, and the thing that should hopefully give you some sense of confidence is that you have the ability to overcome those one-time surprises. Now, there are school districts in the Commonwealth that if they were faced with what you were faced with in the fall, would be struggling to keep their head above water, period, just because they didn't have a sufficient contingency to fall back on, to do what they needed to do, which in one case was to put some additional teachers in your classrooms for this year. Well, I don't want to take any more time than necessary. So
I still have something that I can't find in the KRS and the KAR.
Okay.
And it regards the logistics of how the allocations are made when the new schools have 60 days to form their councils after the enrollment is determined. How does it work? If we are making allocations to councils and there is no council for 60 days, what do they do for those 60 days?
Well, the school, this evening, if you approve this, you're basically making an allocation to the school.
Right.
The high school. The others, what has been determined we need to staff those buildings.
Yes.
And if you're a new school, it's like having a brand new building and there's never been a student in it at all. Responsibility rests with the superintendent. Usually the first thing everyone's anxious to do is, well, who's the new principal? We get the principal on board, then there are two individuals that get to share the responsibility of staffing the school. And when the council's established, Ms. Hicks, the council just gets what is handed to them
Okay.
for a year.
Okay. Okay, so this verbiage that was a little confusing then, maybe that's where I was getting hung up. That after the new attendance boundaries are confirmed, the board can approve an allocation to the school councils for K4, 5, 6, and 7, 8 schools after same are elected.
And
So that I was interpreting that we had to wait till they were till there was an election.
I could have been clearer with that.
Okay.
I accept that. But, it really works just like I explained
Okay.
to you.
Okay.
Because you got all these, you are in a very unique situation. Not too many places that both have all these new schools that are going to
Yes.
open up in the fall.
Okay.
Okay,
So we can do this.
you're fine.
They don't have to wait 60 days
No,
to get
ma'am.
their
No,
allocations.
when the council catches up for the first year, this is what they got. And then this time next year, we'll have all the schools. When we do this exercise, we'll be making allocations to all the school councils in the district.
That's rather exciting.
Okay.
Any other questions for Dr. Bob?
Well, I appreciate your time, and I won't take any more of it.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? I would say just on the score of the assistant principals, I would be in favor of approving 0.5 in allocation. If we find need to increase that, we can at a later date. But I think it's going to be difficult to go backwards. And knowing where we are from a budgetary standpoint, and looking at that type of recurrent expense year in and year out, that's a
Being
pretty
able to
significant chunk.
sustain
So-
positions after we establish them we need to be sure that we're going to be able to do that.
Any other discussion? If not, a motion is in order to, 1, approve the allocations of GRC Council for 2014 and 2015, and 2, approve changes in the Clark County School Council staffing allocation plan as described.
I move that we approve the staffing allocations to George Rogers Clark High School as included in the document, and that we approve the change to our staffing policy as discussed and presented by Dr. Bob. There's Dr. Bob.
Motion is on the table by Ms. Hicks.
A second.
Second by Mr. McGowan. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with Ms. Hicks out of the room.
Miss Ritchie.
Mr. Ritchie was out of the room. I am in the room.
Thank you, Dr. Bob.
You're welcome.
Okay, next item is item number 15, consider approval of contract with Tri-State Energy for purchasing natural gas.
We were contacted by NiSource, Tri-State Energy, about purchasing our natural gas commodity through their company. Me and Mr. Rogers and Mr. Columbia, I think, met with us once. They gave us their prices for the past 6 months. I created a spreadsheet of our usage, did a comparison, and there was quite a bit of difference. A substantial savings of buying our commodities through this company, through NiSource or Tri-State. They drafted a contract. I sent it to Mr. Rosenthal. He looked it over, made a few tweaks. We sent it back, and they made the changes that Mr. Rosenthal suggested. We're basically buying off the market. It's cheaper. We're still paying Columbia Gas as normal. It would just show a savings to the district.
Okay. I noticed the contract was evergreen, but can you go over if there was some change, because it's pegged to market price. If the market price goes down, we're okay. What happens when the market price starts going up?
This variable price was a concern.
It basically follows the market. In the past, it kind of has anyway. When we buy our gas we bought it from a company called Constellation through Columbia Gas, and there are times that we were paying $7.49 an MCF when they were selling it for $5.51 an MCF. And I mean, it's just that different companies have different prices. Some of them are fixed, but when you contract with a fixed price, when everybody else has dropped, you're still paying it high. I mean, that's why we did it over a 6-month period. So we could see the highs and the lows in the winter and the summer, and what it would negate, kind of come out to be.
What's your guesstimate on annual cost savings?
Well, we just did 6 months, and it was a little over $6,000. So a year, $12,000. That's enough to count for me.
Some of our neighboring counties are doing this.
As well.
Also, we looked at what's in the other counties are doing, they're experiencing savings also.
And we can get out of the contract if we see a big
noticed that, yes.
fluctuation.
Mhm,
We'll
yes.
notice.
Was that one of your tweaks?
Gotta make sure we could, if anything happened, that we would be able to do it in the state of Kentucky rather than the state of Georgia.
Yes. Okay. Any other questions for Ms. Amos or Mr. Rosenthal? If not, a motion is in order to consider approval of contract with Tri-State Energy for purchasing natural gas.
I'll make a motion that we approve the contract with Tri-State Energy for purchasing natural gas.
Second, Dr. Griffin.
Second.
Second by Ms. Hicks. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with Ms. Ritchie out of the room. Next is item number 16, consider approval to declare fixed assets as surplus.
If you remember in our audit, one of our findings at the district level was we didn't do a fixed asset audit of the district. We had divided up duties between food service, our technology, and we've been going out and doing inventories at every school, trying just to clean it up, one time, a place to start. And this is the first installment of our cleanup. And these things, you can see the purchase date, some of them were purchased in the 1990s. They're gone, they've used them for parts, they broke down and everything else. We just need to get these off our books, so when the auditors come back after June 30, we're in compliance.
So all these are gone.
There's a lot of things you see, like at Fannie Bush, if you remember, you declared like in one general statement, all the items, non-functional items surplus.
Right.
But every item that's over a certain amount of money was tagged individually. And we're just kind of clearing that up in a one board motion that we can get it off our books.
So there's nothing in there we can go and sell or anything like that. They're already gone.
Most of it's already, well, no, there's projectors, but most of them are stuck in a closet because they're using Smartboard or using InFocus overhead projectors now.
Right. But if we mark them as surplus, if people wanted to come in and buy them or we wanted to sell them, we could
do take bids or whatever we wanted to do at them.
Most of the maintenance equipment that you see in there, and the custodial equipment are non-operable and parted out. We're using those to keep some of the other 1990s stuff.
Well, and these two items that were for 2012 that are, what happened to the mower at Shearer that it wore out or whatever after just 2 seasons?
I'm not quite sure about that.
It was a mowing accident. The mower basically damaged beyond repair.
Okay.
Framework.
So it wasn't that it...
It wasn't, no.
Okay.
It was a...
And pressure washer, a similar incident?
Yeah, just on the pressure washer, I had to go back.
I think it was at GRC.
But it was at GRC, 2012.
If next board meeting, you'll probably see a couple of iPads. I had some questions about it, didn't put them on here, that they were broken. The students had dropped them and broken. But we have Apple Care, which they will replace them for free, but we have to get them off our surplus. So you'll see them probably.
Okay.
I had some questions about putting something that they want, but that was the explanation. It made sense.
Okay.
So, at that point.
Pressure washer, it's inoperable. I'd have to go back to see exactly what happened to it. I don't see it on here.
It's on the first page towards the bottom.
Yeah, it's
There it is. 15332, water cannon.
Without going back and looking at it, I can't tell you.
That's fine.
Any other questions or discussion? If not, a motion is in order to consider approval to declare fixed assets as surplus as described by Ms. Amos.
Approval to declare fixed assets as surplus.
Motion by Mr. McGowan,
Second.
second by Ms. Hicks. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Ms. Ritchie out of the room. All right, next up is item 17, consider approval of 2013-2014 audit contract for Summers for Curry and Sparks.
Katie released the audit contract for the 13-14 school year, and we have got the original signed from Summers, McCrary, and Sparks, and this is just you all formally taking the action.
Okay, we discussed this last month. Any additional discussion? Or questions? If not, a motion is in order to approve the 2013-2014 audit contract with Summers, McCrary, and Sparks PSC, the amount of $15,200.
I make a motion to approve the audit contract, 2013-2014 audit contract with Summers, McCrary, and Sparks in the amount of $15,200.
Second. Ms. Griffith, second by Ms. Hicks. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with Ms. Ritchie out of the room. Next item is item number 18, consider approval of employment of teachers with emergency certification. Ms. Ryan.
That's just an annual item that we do to hire substitute teachers. It's just something we need to approve. We don't hire anybody else on emergency certs other than substitutes.
Any changes from last year?
I move that we approve employment of teachers with emergency certification.
Motion by Ms. Hicks.
Second.
Second by Mr. McGowan. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with Ms. Ritchie out of the room. Next item is number 19, approval to request for proposals for workers' compensation insurance coverage for 2014-2015 school year.
I hope you've got a chance to look at what Kimmy is estimating as the cost. It's going up substantially, so we need to bid it, and we did bid it last year also. And I have Chris Parker and Ken Mazingo from Winchester Insurance, and you had requested at one time that you'd like to see maybe a little breakdown of location, and they've got that for you tonight that you can look at. So if you guys would come on out.
This is Chris Parker. Well, thank you for seeing me. Any questions as we go through this, feel free to ask. This thing is fairly self-explanatory. Your workers' compensation for the current year has an experience modification of 1.04. In July 1, when it renews with Kimmy, it's going to go to 1.48. And the reason is because of claims. And I'll just give you, if you look at the first page of this, just a brief summary. Your workers' compensation is based on payrolls. For each classification, you have 3 classifications. You have drivers and chauffeurs. You have professional employees and clerical, which are the teachers and the clerical people, and then all the other employees, which will include janitors, the food service, maintenance. You see below your current payrolls for each classification, and you see the rates for the classification. Actually, there's a note on that first rate, 7380, that classification, that actually has dropped by $1. This rate is for your upcoming policy period, beginning July 1st. You currently are paying $9, so it's dropped almost $1. Your experience modification is just it's just your prior experience of claims, your claims history. It's determined by the National Council on Compensation, and again, your current one is based at 1.04. The new one is going to be 1.48. And if you look at the second page, this really tells the tale. Through April the 4th of this year, from July 1 until April the 4th, you had reported 71 claims. 53 are closed, 18 are open. the paid claims, and they're closed, you see it's $27,347. Paid claims, paid on the open claims is $124,293. So the reserve for the open claims is $157,674. So you see the total of the paid in reserve is $281,968, and the total on closed and incurred is $309,315. Your annual premium currently is $254,000. Stop me if you have any questions.
Whoa.
So
That premium doesn't cover that.
No, which is why the factor went up.
And so, if you'll look on this, on the third page, it just gives you a history from 2009 to the current of your premiums, amount of claims paid, your experience modification for the years shown there. Just to give you an idea of kind of how you get at these things. The experience modification is based on a 3-year basis, excluding the prior immediate year. So your this year that we're currently in, the 104 mod is based on 11, 10, and 9 performances, okay?
Right.
And so in this upcoming year, which you're going to have a .148, is going to be based on 12, 11, and 10. Okay? Stop me if you have any questions about that. And then down below you'll see your payroll summary by class for those years also. In the next pages you'll see graphs that just show, the first one is injuries by location. And these are from July 1st of 13 until April the 11th of this year. So you still got May, June to go, okay?
So central office is this building, separate from the bus garage, et cetera?
Yes, but there is a few.
Okay.
But there is a few that probably got coded in here that.
General.
Yeah, just, yeah. But you see.
Does not include transportation.
No, you see that.
It's separate.
I'm sorry.
No, he said it doesn't include transportation, but on the graph you have
Yeah.
transportation is its own category.
Yeah. The transportation had 14 claims. And if you go to the next page, you'll see the dollar amount paid for those claims at each location. And you'll see kind of where your problem lies there. And that's historically been the transportation case.
What kind of training are we doing to try to prevent this?
We've done slips, trips, and falls. That's
all we've done is
maintenance.
slips, trips, and falls.
We've done some ladders and some other safety trainings on those. We've done some in maintenance.
The majority of our losses are slips, trips, and falls, so and that, we do train on that every year.
Do we provide any special, like shoes or anything like that to
We're looking
help
at
with
that now
that?
with our maintenance guys. The ones especially at the bus garage that do some salt spreading stuff, we've got things to go on their shoes. I think we're going to need to look at those for bus drivers. They're cleated things that just go over the ends of the shoes. Because
Right.
Yes.
bulk of those are slips, trips, and falls in the parking lot in winter.
And then for our food service personnel, do we provide special shoes for them
We're
since
going to
they?
have mats and things in the cafeterias for anti-slip mats, and I think we don't provide specialized shoes, but they do have the anti-slip floors in all the new buildings, the textured floors.
Yeah, I remember asking you about that.
In higher
Okay.
areas, and we've got mats in the work area where water's involved, rubberized mats, things that are too.
And are there things that we can do, like through the insurance companies, like, you know, if you purchase malpractice, if you do certain continuing education on reducing your risk, that you get some discounts?
I don't know that there's any discounts. I'm not aware of any discounts coming back in, but there are some things that we can do that we're working with
To reduce our risk. I mean, that's going to go up because our 1.48 is based on, 1.11, 1.03, 0.96. That 0.96 is going away after this year.
That's right.
A lot of
That's right.
parking lot issues, that's just, there's a gravel parking lot, and the restaurant area, there's a lot there.
To answer your question is yes, your current carrier, Kimmy, and all the ones you've had in the past or all the ones you have in the future are more than willing to come and outline safety programs for you. I mean, they will lay it out in black and white. Here's what you do. And they can show you the successes that they've had. But that all lies with you. Shopping it around, bidding it, that's not your fix. Your fix is
Preventive.
your fix is cleaning up what you have. Because the next carrier, I'll give you an example. You changed one time to a company called Florida Fruit and Vegetable. You bid it. They came in and they bought your business. And they were here maybe 3 years, and every year they took a big jump, big jump, big jump. Finally, they just said, we can't do this anymore. There's only so much that money they're willing to lose, and the ship wasn't correcting itself, so they bailed.
Right.
And you see what's happened over the years. And you're going to bid it right as you should. We did last year, and, well, you know the results. You had 2 people give you quotes, me and somebody out of Lexington, and that's what's going to happen this year too, more than likely. I showed you a list, numerous declinations, 20, 24, 26, said no, we just won't do that.
Right.
And you'll see that again this year. And again, you might have somebody come in and buy it just temporarily, but that's just a Band-Aid cure. The real fix is here.
We did have the Sherry had committee come in, we did with the transportation and maintenance department, did the specialized training.
And
part of the PD kind of.
And some of these, just that's I work for you all. That's why you pay me. I want to be a part. I want to be on that committee. Just I want to help you do that. All you got to do is let me. You just. I can help you fix this.
We're interested. At the hospital, we would do something called root cause analysis and look at things to see exactly, what the concrete steps to be taken. It's not just education. There may be some functional things. So
If we blacktop the entire,
Huge.
yeah, that would be very huge, but in the long run, what would
That would be a
Yes.
huge help.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, it would be a tremendous help.
That's a
Yes.
huge problem.
Yeah.
I'll give you an example. You had 3 claims in the bus garage in one day. February the 7th.
I guarantee
Yeah.
you before the work day starts.
You
Yeah, 2.
Yes.
had 3 slips on the snow, and one was very severe. And you'll see that large claim is in here.
Yes.
And that's
Excellent.
just what's been paid so forward. You see how much they preserved it. So anyway, the next, that just shows injuries by location and then paid by location. And then the next page is injuries by occupation. And again, you see the, you see where your troubles are. And then the final graph is, shows you the amount paid by occupation. You'll see it's on the screen now, the letter from Mr. Miller, that he sent this letter informing you that your premium would be increasing more than 25%. They're required to do this. And the next page actually shows, well, the next 2 pages after that actually shows you, go one more, if you would please, there. That shows your 3 classifications, the payrolls, which you did not, for the renewal quote purposes, change the payrolls. I understand there may be some minor increase, a % or whatever, but that'll be factored in and taken care of. But you see the driving force, even though the rate went down on one of your major classes, the driving force is that experience modification. They're debiting your account 48%. It, with time, and it will take time. It's not going to happen in 1 year because you got these past years you got to deal with. But in time, this thing could be below a 1 experience modification. And when that happens, you would have companies coming out of the woodwork wanting to be your carrier. You would just have to almost beat them away from the door. Unfortunately, it's not like that right now. Any questions? Anything that I can answer for you?
We'll take you up on your offer to assist us in any way we can to try to decrease the number of claims that we have and try to change our operational processes to try to mitigate our losses in this area.
And I've said this before, and as I said a few minutes ago, I would be more than happy to sit on these committee
We'll call you.
or whatever. And again, help you set those things up. Oh, and the very back is how they arrived at your current experience modification. That's your, when you go out for quotes this year, this is going to be one of the things that all the carriers are going to ask for, along with the loss summaries for the past 3 to 5 years, which it's easy to, we just go in and print them for you, it's no big deal.
Any other questions for Mr. Mazzingo or Mr. Ryan? Ms. Ryan.
And again, I thank you for your confidence and let us serve as your agents. Your agent, your business is important to me, not only as an agent, but as a taxpayer. I'm willing to help you if I can, if you'll let me.
Thank you. Thanks, Chris.
Any other questions? So this motion would be in order to consider approval to request for proposals for bid for workman's compensation insurance for the 2014-2015 school year.
Make a motion to approve the request for proposals for workman's compensation insurance or coverage for 2014-2015 school year.
Motion by Dr. Griffith.
Second.
Second by Mr. McDaniel. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-0 for abstentions. Next item is Ms. Considine. Thank you for staying awake all this time.
It's been kind of difficult. Sorry, it's getting late. Can't help it. Tonight, I'm before you to request a purchase to complete the Envisions math program at the K-5 level. You have a proposal from Pearson, and I'm not going to explain a lot of it, but it is a 6-year adoption proposal because I feel like that in the past we have not completed a series of an adoption. So with the 6 years, it's going to be K through 5, and the reasoning behind K through 5 is that we adopted CMP 3 for 6 through 8. This is the prerequisite for CMP 3. This is the program that leads into CMP 3. And so Pearson recommended that 6th grade continue CMP 3, even though Envisions goes to 6th grade. They felt like you needed that jump for the curriculum to prepare them for 7th and 8th grade math. So we are looking at a K-5 adoption, and I know that that does split that school into 2 different math programs, but they're the same pedagogy, the same family. Just one is more elementary and one is more middle school geared. I will tell you it is $242,000, and that is an inflated proposal because we're not really sure how the classes are going to play out at each of the K-4s, so we had to build it kind of large because we're not sure how many kindergarten classes, how many first grade. So it is rather large. We did a minimum where we tried to figure out, Dawn and I worked it out in our heads, and that's kind of scary. Dawn's the mathematician, not me. But we have a new proposal that came in after the board submittal, and it's at $204,000. So we're somewhere in between. You have a high and a low. It's not going to go above 242. It's probably not going to go below 204. And that does include training.
This is just a quick question. You know, it said it does include training. Is that a certain number of teachers? I can't remember from all the thing. Is it based on how many teachers? Like if you wanted to train?
What we have set up right now is we're looking at combining justice, and I call it the OC, Old Concrete, as one day of training. Yeah, it's just concrete. It's just concrete. JC, just concrete. They would combine, and then we would combine shear and stroke because they'll probably just give us 2 one day.
Okay.
So we're kind of negotiating. We like negotiating with Pearson, and they've been fabulous to work with. They really have. And if you notice, the 6th year is that every year that digital license comes forward, so it moves forward. We're not losing that digital license. If you look at it as purchasing it on a year for 6 years, it's over $400,000. It's very expensive. So if we commit to the 6th year, we get a huge break. Any questions?
We had some feedback from Ms. Taylor before, which was positive.
It's going to take a while. We're not going to see big jumps immediately because it has to be implemented with fidelity, and we have to get the teachers training, and they have to be comfortable because it is a different way of teaching math, even from investigations, because the digital piece is huge. And RTI and enrichment is built in, and that's been a learning process in how do you get all of that in with your math lesson, because that has to happen as well. And so we're working on it. And we're going to have Mr. Burkhead come back next year, and he's going to help get this up and going in all of the elementary schools if you choose to purchase tonight.
And because of the technology piece, we can do some flipped classrooms and things like that. Right.
We can get very creative with it.
Any other questions from Ms. Considine? If not, a motion is in order to consider approval of funding for the elementary math curriculum.
And the word funding's in there because we don't know exactly, correct?
Correct.
You could say not to exceed 200.
Right.
You could say not to, yeah, your motion, you could say not to exceed 200%.
And the orders will not be purchased until boundaries are established and we have enrollments and classes and all of that. But we wanted to go ahead and get a plan because I think if we commit to Pearson, then we're looking at having some June training, possibly June 5th and 6th for our contract days.
I move that we approve the funding in an amount not to exceed $242,016.92 for the implementation of the purchase and implementation of the elementary math curriculum.
Motion by Ms. Hicks.
Second.
Second by Mr. McGowan. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Ms. Ritchie out. And number 21, consider approval of proposal for adding archery and bass fishing as KHSAA sports of the GRC athletic program. Mr. King. I've been looking forward to this.
I was too a while back. That item there, based on Title IX interest surveys that we have given to our students, along with several student emails that I've received, and just talking with the students in general, there is a viable interest amongst our student body to have a bass fishing team and an archery team added to our KHSAA sport activities for next school year. And it's just gives our kids, again, some more opportunities to participate, and also more opportunities. There are scholarships out there for both of these sports. So again, from an opportunity standpoint, gives our kids more opportunities.
I know there's a large number in archery, and there's a base coming up for middle school
Mhm.
archery. And what are the numbers with bass fishing?
Bass fishing just started with the KHSA this year.
Mhm.
The interest numbers are really high. We, again, weather played a role in some of that too. We did not, I think we only had a couple students that actually did a bass fishing tournament, and that was individually on their own. So as far as that goes, the numbers weren't that good because we didn't promote it that well either. But based on the surveys and even in for our connections requests for our students and their connection time and eye time and things like that, their archery and bass fishing continues to pop up on those two. So I think once we get the ball rolling with the bass fishing, that the numbers are going to justify a position.
So how do the seasons, I mean, when we look at other sports or activities, we have a certain number of games or a certain number of things that we can equate with this coach is going to be tied up with this amount, this number of games or whatever. How do we, how does that correlate to what bass fishing activities involve in terms of coaching and even archery for that matter?
Yeah. Bass fishing is a pretty long season, but both of those sports can begin practicing on October 1st.
Okay.
So they would start there, and then they go through the fall, winter seasons and into the spring season, similar to basketball.
Archery, I think, finishes up the middle to the end of March.
Yeah, and there are some more fishing tournaments that even go up through June. What we're requesting is to start the 2014-15 school year and have everything in place for that. But yeah, I mean, it's similar and probably even longer than basketball.
Any other questions for Mr. Keating? Or discussion? Like I said, I agree with Dr. Griffith. There's a big base for archery, and
Yes.
I think bass fishing is appreciated by the community as a varsity sport. Now, how you keep score or any of that? Who sits with a striped shirt? I just don't know how you do it.
It seems like they judge it in pounds. It looked like I'd be pretty good at that. I don't know.
So do we determine a coaching salary for tonight?
It's next item.
When we,
That's
included on the next item.
Okay, next. Oh, I see now. Okay.
So we just go ahead and approve the proposal.
Right.
And I make a motion that we approve the proposal for adding archery and bass fishing as KHSA sports to the GRC athletic program.
Motion by Dr. Griffith.
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Young. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0 with Mr. Cheek out. All right, and next
Thank you.
item is the GRC athletic coaching salaries for 2014-2015.
As Ms. Amos mentioned in hers on the approval of those extra service pay, there will be some changes on this athletic salary. And do you have this spreadsheet? Okay. The changes that would be made first would be on the football. There is the fourth stipend down $2,500 would be decreased to $1,500, and then there are two additional positions at the end for $500 apiece. So there's no increase in in total money. It's just changing. We're positioning where the money goes, and something that we would like to do with that. And the reason behind that would be in hopes of getting middle school, junior high coaches involved in our high school program, have them on our staff to help, again, ease that transition from middle school to high school, get that vertical conversation going, see the drills that the high schools are doing, and not necessarily offenses and defenses, but it could go that route too.
We used to do that, didn't we? I thought we did that years ago.
Back when I played high school football in the 70s, middle school coaches came out and they did get a stipend. John Atkins, Don Burkhead, quite a few others did that, but as time went on,
Just kind of faded.
I was just a kid then.
Were you even born then?
Barely. So that was the reasoning behind the shifting of that money. On the back page, there's nothing on page 2, any changes. On the back page, starting with cheerleading, there's been, and again, with no increase in money, just repositioning of the money. The head coach would go from $5,000 to $3,000. Assistant varsity would be increased from $1,000 to $1,500. Then we'd add another assistant varsity coach at $1,500 and keep the JV head coach. So that $7,000 is still the same. There would be no difference there, but we would be adding an assistant varsity coach, and you can see that pay increase there. Any questions on that? Then it would go down. You've got bowling, archery, and bass fishing there together. And I'll go down to archery and bass fishing. I did a survey, and I think Mr. Columbia might have given you that too, of some neighboring schools and how much they're paying their archery and bass fishing coaches. It varies on what some of them go. So, I would have thought it being a new program that $1,000 would be a nice place to start at that. It's kind of middle of the road of what some of our neighboring schools are doing. And then with the bowling, that's currently the only head coach that we have that would be under $1,000, and I just, kept it requesting just a $500 increase to keep all of our head coaches making at least $1,000.
Where do our bowling teams practice now?
In Lexington, at
South
Eastland, yeah.
Kind of like what we used to do with our swim teams.
Yeah. So yeah, they and I think Mr. Columbia got involved helping transport them to practices, and that's where they hold their home matches at too. And then below bass fishing, a Title IX secretary added in there at $750. As I completed a Title IX audit and beginning to work on the annual Title IX report, I could really use that help on that. And I think that would currently it would be like a, I guess, an hourly wage, right?
On our extra service schedule, it's with all classified employees, when we pay their hourly rate for anything we do above up to the $750.
Yeah, so it would max out at the $750. And then as I was, again, going through there, looking at some changes, I've really seen the need this year for a high school weight and strength. On the sheet it says trainer. I could mark through that and also put high school weight and strength coach. Either way, I talked with Miss Amos beforehand, and as far as job descriptions goes, the coach part would probably fit into a job description better than the trainer. And some of the things that we would look at for that, especially with Title IX, it would be beneficial as we're doing those reports, and if we on any further audits, again, that we have someone that works with both our male and female athletes. Again, so that's just another level of ensuring equity and parity for male and female athletes in sports. It would be basically the resident expert on weightlifting and training, would help with injury prevention, the correct mechanics and forms for our students to lift weights, would also help with drills and training as far as anaerobic activities versus aerobic activities. This person would also be able to provide sport-specific lifting and training as well as gender-specific lifting and training. And I would envision this person, being the coordinator for all of our athletic teams, lifting programs, and creating those sport-specific lifting and gender-specific liftings, and in collaboration with the coach monitoring the progress of our athletes.
So is this envisioned to be someone who is actually a current employee?
Oh, I didn't have that much envision on that. It could be, but it doesn't necessarily have to be. I would kind of like to look for someone who has an expertise in the weight training and strength training. And our coaches do a fabulous job with that, but they could always use the help, because sometimes, the different trainings would be different for the different sports. And, I can tell you a little bit about weightlifting, but I don't know that what I do would really help swimmers. So just using that expertise would be really good and benefit our students.
I know, and going on that, I think that'd be a good idea. So I was assistant coach in football. I would work out the football team with weightlifting, organize that, and even as head coach too. And then also I had the softball team for several years. I would train them. The cheerleading team, 2 or 3 years, came in during the summers doing various things. And so I think it'd be good to have somebody that could actually do that for all sports. And we do have several people in the community that are certified to do that. We've got one working with the football team now. Maybe help with some others. So there are people in the community that are interested in that, would be very interested. And actually, talking to people that are interested in that, they're talking also maybe the middle schoolers, which you have the incoming freshmen with football coming in with Place Gym, they're all season leading in, but they would actually also want to work with maybe a little younger, not necessarily doing the weightlifting part, but the technique of how to do squats, how to do power cleans, how to do deadlifts, with not necessarily any weight, but just so they get used to the movements. And then as they get older, then they'll be better equipped to make those lifts and then become stronger and help their sport and their team, no matter what sport they play.
I'll say athletes I see in my office, I'd say that's a consistent request of just about all of them is more help with weight training. The kids on the football team and some of the other sports teams just spend a lot of time out in the office, so it'd be a big help. All right, any other questions for Mr. Keene? I will point out that this extra service salaries is going to be $6,750 of custodian expenses for the year, so we need to keep that in mind.
Will there be a job description for the Title IX secretary? Is that different than any other secretary position, or?
It wouldn't need to be. If we pay them on the hourly, it could be like a secretary one.
Okay.
Any other questions for Mr. Keene? If not, a motion is in order to approve GRC athletic coaching salaries for 2014-2015 as presented.
Make a motion to approve GRC athletic coaching salaries for 2014-2015 as presented.
Motion by Mr. McGowan.
Second.
Second by Dr. Griffith. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with Mr. Ritchie out.
Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up, Mr. Columbia. Item number 23 is approval of request for proposals for district insurance firm for liability, property, and fleet.
We didn't really put anything in there since we were just asking for requests for proposals. For Mr. Mazingo has worked with us with insurance and various types over the years. I know Gina's been checking into some manuals that the state puts out, so we just want to get the okay to put out the proposals, and then we'll actually sent a sample advertisement to Mrs. Hicks. She asked earlier today with an email just stating the umbrella coverage, the fleet, the educators' liability, I think is part of it, a couple other things. Ms. Amos, you have anything like to add?
No, I think with the Red Book, there's something about our treasurers being bonded, and we currently have an employee dishonesty bond that covers that as well. It's all in the umbrella package.
That's on your future liability, your law enforcement liability. Who's our current underwriter for that? Okay. Yeah. Any other questions, Mr. Columbia? Now, motion is in order to consider approval to issue a request for proposals for district insurance firm for liability, property, and fleet.
I move that we approve a request for proposal for district insurance for liability, property, and fleet.
Motion by Ms. Hicks.
Second.
Second by Mr. McGowan. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with Ms. Ritchie out. Next item is number 24. Consider approval of CPS proposal for an energy savings project at Strode Station Elementary.
And we have Mark Sonyer and Mark Zellers here with CPS to present that. Come on up, gentlemen.
Thank you, Paul. I've met most of you guys. My name is Mark Sonyer. I'm the owner and president of CPS. We have 30 employees
20 technicians that are automation and mechanical technicians. We have studied, we've done a lot of energy savings projects over the last 15 years. One of our most notable ones is your new high school. We're saving about 40% on utility bills, even though it's 30% more in square footage versus the old high school. So that's what we've done for the past 15 years. So we did an analysis of all your schools. And one thing we can do that a lot of other energy companies can't do is, since we're a small company, we attack small schools, small school districts, just one or two schools that may have the opportunity. So in this case, it's Strode Station, and the EUI, which is Energy Use Index, runs about 86 kBTU per square foot. The target, the medium for the Kentucky schools is 58 kBTU per square foot. So we feel like there's a opportunity over $30,000 a year savings. So we'll guarantee a portion of that. You know, we've done preliminary studies. It'll be, let's say, $25,000 a year, and we'll pay for it with the energy savings over the life of the contract, which could be 15 years. That's what they run average throughout the state. And so my qualifications personally, I have an electrical engineering degree from the University of Notre Dame. I'm a certified energy manager and a lead AP. And actually, though, the brains behind our energy is Mark Zoller. And he's a mechanical engineer from Georgia Tech University. He's a professional engineer, and he's also a certified energy manager. So I'll let him just briefly describe what analysis he did.
Can y'all hear me? Is this okay? Can you hear me? Okay, so essentially, we looked at Strode Station Elementary, and we determined that they're using more energy than every other school system. Basically, we're looking at the median. Kentucky School Board Association has information about what Kentucky schools are using as far as energy per square foot. And Strode Station is about 33% or a third higher than what all the other schools are essentially consuming. So we're saying in our energy project that we can take Strode Station down, not to a super duper energy efficient level, but just to the median, where it needs to be on par with all the rest of Kentucky schools. And there's a dollar figure associated with that, and that translates to about $30,000 a year savings. So that's the need right there. So we're leaving $30-something thousand on the table every year in added energy use, which is completely unnecessary. So we have two options. We can either do a capital expenditure project to normalize this usage and bring it back to regular levels, or we can do, well, obviously capital expenditure means we've got to come out of somewhere in the budget, or we have to affect bonding capacity or that sort of thing. So that's one option. Another option is an energy savings performance contract. And essentially what's going on with this financing mechanism is that you're using energy savings to finance the project. So your net cost is zero throughout the life of the project.
So how does that work?
So essentially how it works is, so the capital option, you have to put up money and pay for a project, and there's a payback
To
period.
do what? How does that look?
Okay, so to do this, what's just called a global project, it includes mechanical replacements of equipment, controls, a bunch of other ancillary devices. So it's facilities upgrades.
So if we did geothermal instead of what we have?
For example, yeah. I mean, we're not particularly looking at that measure, but that's along the same lines, yes.
Okay.
So it's a culmination of a group of energy conservation measures we call ECMs. A group of these ECMs go in to make a project, and some of them are incremental, some of them are big improvements. One of the biggest improvements we need to make to this school is controls, because it's all pneumatic controls, and in our project we're proposing putting in a state-of-the-art digital control system. So that's, for example, one thing we're going to do.
And how long do these control systems last when you put them in?
They can last upwards of 30 years.
Okay.
But that's, with the technology upgrades, you usually replace them earlier than that because the technology advances so fast. But as far as the robust nature of controls, they can last upwards of 30 years.
So with the payback that we're looking at, does that include upgrades that occurred during that time?
So technically speaking, there's not a payback because there's no money up front, since everything is financed through energy savings. By nature of the word payback. Now, the project lasts a certain amount of time, but as far as a payback, by definition, there is not any capital expenditure, therefore there is no payback.
So when do we pay you?
So the project is financed through energy savings. So say you have a budget, and this is about actual numbers. Your stroke station is around $100,000 a year in energy. That's not O&M, that's just electric and gas. So if you do this project, looking at the graph here, you have your energy and O&M, which is your baseline, cost. So if you do this project, you'll continue to have energy and O&M consumption, those cost figures, which is the dark green. Those are going to exist, but it's going to be reduced by a third, which we're expecting. And then the light green chunk, or I guess it's light green, that would be the debt service. So you would finance this project at a certain rate, say 2%, 3%, whatever is offered. And that's your debt service, which is going to be less than your energy savings. So you have a sliver of cash flow every single year, if that makes sense.
So technically, you're going to service this debt, or is this something that Gina's going to do, or how does that part work?
The logistics of payment, how does that work? The logistics of payment, of transfer, somebody's going to pay you something to do this. It's generated by savings, but how?
Right, so
how does that happen, Mark?
It'll be so somebody like Joe Nance will come in and provide a bond, and that's what will pay us.
Okay.
And we're going to pay back that bond with the delta, because your energy bills are going down so much. Then you're going to have excess money. You'll have excess money to pay the debt, and as Mark alluded to, you'll have additional savings, because we're conservative of what we're guaranteed.
Okay. But it was the bonding. I just wasn't understanding how that was happening.
Joe
Okay.
Nance does this all the time.
Yes. Okay.
And I'm not a finance guy, I'm an engineer.
I understand.
And you think the most efficient thing would be to replace these instead of changing to geothermal, just to go in and use the existing?
That's correct. So Mark's an energy engineer, so he evaluated these systems based on we could use the word payback. So you could spend $300,000 or $500,000 right now, or you can pay for it the way we're proposing. So he looked at geothermal, but geothermal would have been like 35 years. You've already got a system there that's working, so it's hard to justify that kind of energy conservation measure. I believe he did identify 3 energy conservation measures in the preliminary studies. What we're asking for now is to go ahead and do the detailed investment grade audit and tell you exactly what the energy conservation measures are. But the biggest one is EDC controls versus pneumatic. The pneumatic control system varies 0 signal is 4 psi and 100% is 20 psi, and then you let an air compressor kind of control that, so it's not controlled very well. So in stroke station law, may occur, we have students and teachers get real hot or real cold, and plus it's using the gospel energy. So we'll also solve a comfort issue as well.
But the good thing about the controls is you have to have sophisticated controls regardless if you have geothermal or not. So you got to control your equipment no matter what. So that's kind of like the first step. And everything we're analyzing is all cost-benefit ratio. So that's kind of the methodology we're going around.
Okay.
On the control now is the custodian turning the bowl on.
That's all controls.
He's done a good job.
And if you approve this, what we would be approving tonight would be a proposal, and that this would be the first step, and then we would come back and do a bonding and nuts and bolts.
So our intention would be to come back to the next board meeting with the details. So we can clear these things. And then the summertime is a good time to do the project.
Is this, did you look at other schools in the district of our remaining schools that are going to be in extra shape top-notch condition when we got all of our facilities done?
We looked at all the schools and Paul, through discussions with Paul and Paul, this is what we decided to attack first.
Okay.
And then we're going to come up and look at some other schools.
Okay.
Any other questions for Mr. Saunders? We've got Irish and Rambling Wreck here, so, you know. All right, if not, a motion is in order to approve the CPS proposal for an energy savings project at Strode Station Elementary.
I make a motion to approve the CPS proposal for an energy savings project at Strode Station Elementary.
Mr. Dr. Griffith?
Second.
Second by Mr. McGowan. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with Ms. Ritchie out. Thank you. All right. A couple of pay applications. Next pay application is number 24 from Codell Construction.
For construction services for the Cockright renovation project in the amount of $411,406.22.
Any questions for Mr. Columbia on pay application number 24? Now the motion is in order to approve.
I move that we approve pay application number 24 from Codell Construction Company for construction services for the Cockright renovation project in the amount of $411,406.22.
Motion by Ms. Hicks.
I'll second.
Second by Mr. McDermott. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with Ms. Ritchie out. And number 26 is pay application number 28.
Also from Codell Construction Company for construction services for the Park County Elementary School project in the amount of $83,816.48.
Plus, is that Justice?
Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions, Mr. Columbia? If not, a motion is in order to approve pay application number 28.
Go ahead.
I make a motion to approve pay application number 28 from Codell Construction Company for construction services at the Clark County Elementary School project in the amount of $83,816.48.
Second?
I'll second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with Ms. Ritchie out. This item is number 27, an RFP for request for payment, from Gexpro.
For Phase 2, Clark County ATC project in the amount of $415.75. I think Mr. Massey is supposed to have all their work.
Yes, this was something we were paying, I guess, in concert with the pay applications previously, and I believe Ms. Amos can speak to this a little bit, but it's where we were trying to actually put this on your agenda for approval, similar to what you did with the pay app last month. So I guess I was told that you would want to be more itemized with each one of the payments and have board action on them versus it just being a payment per month type thing like we've been doing in the past.
The board likes to see all the bills before the
Yes.
payments are made. And in the past, they would turn a bunch in, they were paid, and we would see them after.
Right.
But this is getting on the front end of that line with all the other bills.
Yes. Thank you.
These are actually 27, 28, and 29.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions on 27, 28, and 29? It's three different vendors, so.
Right. It's all on the same.
Okay. Motion is ordered to approve consider of request for payment from Gexpro for the Phase 2 Clark County ATC project, $415.75.
I move that we approve a request for payment from Gexpro for Phase 2 Clark County Area Technology Center project in the amount of $415.75.
Motion by Dr. Griffin.
Second.
Second by Mr. McGowan. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with Ms. Ritchie out. And number 28 is request for payment from Gray Bar.
Also Phase 2 for the ATC project, $130.60.
Any discussion? Motion's in order to approve request for payment from Gray Bar, item number 28.
I move that we approve the request for payment from Gray Bar for Phase 2, Clark County Area Technology Center project in the amount of $131.60.
Motion by Ms. Hicks.
A second.
Second by Mr. McGowan. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with Ms. Ritchie out. And number 29, and that's for Sonatrol.
Also for Phase 2, the ATC project in the amount of $61,386.15.
Any questions? Not a motion is ordered to approve request for payment for Sonatrol.
Make a motion to request for payment for Sonatrol of Lexington for Phase 2, Clark County Area Technology Center project in the amount of $61,386.15.
Motion by Mr. McGowan.
Second?
Second by Dr. Griffith. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with Ms. Ritchie out. And 30 and 31 would probably consider together.
Yes, we have the change order, DPO change order 0746023601 for the Phase 2 ATC, the credit amount of $2,667.18, and then 31, because that same amount, change order number 28. Mr. Maskey,
That was, I believe, and Sherry, you can speak to this too. This was the window manufacturer that went on the project, and DW Wilburn covered the cost of that. So this is basically moving those funds from your DPO into DW Wilburn's account to cover the cost of that material. So that's what you're doing.
I move that we approve the DPO change order number 0746023601 for the Phase 2 Clark County Area Technology Center project for direct purchase order number 04600236. Clark County Board of Education PO number 13010039 for a credit amount of $2,667.18, and change order number 28 for Phase 2 Clark County Area Technology Center project for the balance of PO number 07460236. Clark County Board of Education PO number 13010039 back to the contractor's contract in the amount of $2,667.18.
Motion by Ms. Hicks.
I'll second.
Second by Mr. McGinn. Yeah, that's the easy part. All those in
Easy
favor
part.
say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Do I have to do the consent agenda tonight, Jude? No.
No, thanks.
Okay. Item number 32 is change order 29 for the Phase 2 Clark County Area Technology Center.
And the Auto Tech Lab, room 3009, in the amount of $3,680. Mr. Maskey.
This was part of change order number 25, okay, that you previously approved last month, okay? We had a math omission as far as the breakout of the cost and the backup of that documentation. And in the cover sheet letter from DW Wilburn, it indicated from Davison Plowman had an item 1 that was listed as the $3,680 item, and then item 2 that was for $9,976. That then was transferred to DW Wilburn's cover letter with the markup, and that's what we approved as the change order amount for $12,000 last month. This amount is for the actual sink itself that was put into the automotive lab and labor for the piping and things. So you approved the action to do that work last month. Our math error, it omitted this cost as part of that. So this should have been in that change order 25 as part of that approval for that amount. So the additional amount would have been whatever.
The original amount would have been $12,162 plus $3,680.
Well, it would have been the 3680 plus the 9976. That total times the 1.15 would have been the total you would have paid, which is basically this time Sherry and DW Wilburn has waived any additional fee on this. So yeah, so basically we're just adding that total together. So no markup is being paid on this 3680. That is just material cost.
That's an expensive sink.
Indeed.
It's the labor to take up the floor, and I'll share with you too that we were looking at, as listed in the previous change order, we didn't have any cost in there to fix the floor finish because we had no idea how much area would be disturbed to do so. So I'm in the process, and Sherry is gathering pricing for next month and see what we have by way of the cost to fix the floor finish. So like I said, that will be one next month we can look at and discuss, Paul, how we handle that.
Is that in one of the, does the lab have epoxy flooring or
Yeah,
just
it's
polished
mortar.
concrete?
It's a mortar floor system, so yeah, it's called mortar floor, but it is an epoxy-based type system. So this is, like I said, where we broke that up, and so now, I haven't been out to see it yet, but I will do so to verify whatever quantity she takes off to see how much repair work we're talking about, and then that will be the additional amount that we can look at next month, kind of finish that installation. So that's where we are with that.
All right. Any questions or discussion? All right. No motion is in order to, if not, a motion is in order to approve change order 29 for Phase 2 Clark County Area Technology Center.
I can approve the change to approve change order number 29 for the Phase 2 Clark County Area Technology Center project automotive technology lab in the amount of $3,680.
Motion by Mr. McGowan,
Second.
second by Dr. Griffith. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-0. With Ms. Ritchie Howard. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
All right, next item is a couple items under internal board business. Next item is consider approval of allocating $1,500 to project graduation for 2014. That's in line with what the board has done in the past. That would come out of board funding. So,
Does anybody know how they're doing with their fundraising this year? You've got all that red book stuff. He's gone.
all right. Any other discussion?
I think that's fine. You have to make a formal motion for that?
Yeah, I would do that.
I make a motion to approve allocating $1,500 to project graduation for 2014.
Okay. Motion by Dr. Griffith.
Second.
Second by Mr. McGowan. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with Ms. Ritchie out. Next up, setting time for a special meeting regarding approval of redistricting plans. Since we talked about redistricting for 3 hours last night and didn't mention it until the 4-hour mark of tonight's meeting, but as last night's meeting, we had, just to catch everybody up, we started off with 3 plans that ballooned to 8 at one point during the session. We were able to whittle it back down to 4. And then we relabeled A, B, C, and D. And the GIS is going to have to put Justice, and then Justice 2 is going to be Conway, so that'll need to be changed. So, what we agreed to do last night is to put these plans out for a period of time to allow for public comment, public review, and would like to allow the public to give us a variety of ways of feedback, electronically, written, those sorts of things. So, I guess one question I had last night, one question I have for the group, do we think that any kind of public forum needs to be done? We got a lot of feedback last night. I'm not sure that would really add anything to the process at this point. So.
I think if we allow them time to give us a comment, we put the maps up different places for them to be able to see.
Okay.
I think that's appropriate.
I agree.
Well, I don't know, I still like the idea of public comments. I mean, we've had them, but it's been from a very limited part of the community to this point.
That's true.
And I don't know what you get when you do a full, but you know, we've been big on getting input from folks. I'd almost like to hear that on a district-wide basis. But
So are you proposing something like what we did, like have a public forum and then immediately after the public forum make our vote?
Or you could have the public forum at a different time.
right, yeah, kind of would depend on when.
What?
I mean, we just kind of, I mean, we need to make decisions so that our
So that this
superintendents
gets
can
done, so that
get our
everything else
principals, get our
gets done.
teachers.
Done as soon as
Yes.
possible.
Yes. Yeah, the as soon as possible is complicating my schedule, but, you know, next week is just out for me, and the Monday after. My Tuesday, the 29th, is the first day that I can be available
For anything.
for anything.
And what's the disadvantage of having a public forum followed by a meeting where we make our decision?
I don't know. The only thing is it would allow us some time to
Kind of
input and
digest.
synthesis and
Yes.
digestion.
Yes.
And, you know, comments will be made at that, and then comments will be made on the comments made at the meeting. So
Yes.
I can see wanting a little bit of time in between. So I don't think I would want to have something where, okay, we just have the meeting and we have a public comment session, you know, which goes away, and then we have a vote, and you know,
Right.
I think we need a chance to address those comments. So.
But we're running out of time. Time isn't on our side.
Especially now that next week is out.
Then we have that luxury. I mean,
Well, Monday the 21st. I think I can do Monday the 21st.
Well, you want the rest tomorrow, I would do it Thursday, Friday night.
I was thinking about Thursday. You're right. I was thinking about Thursday.
I'm out of town on Friday. So. Well, I would be, if you wanted to set up a public forum for the 21st and a vote for the 29th, I would be okay with that.
I think
My thought last night when I had these things out is 2 weeks is about the right amount of time to allow comment. So.
So the 21st is okay, but the 29th, she's not going to be back yet.
Yes, I will be back on the 29th.
Oh, you will
but
be?
between
Okay.
that time.
Okay.
Between that time is when I can.
So you cannot be there on the 21st.
Yes, yes, I
So,
can.
21st.
The
Okay.
21st, I
All right.
can, and the 29th, but nothing the 22nd through the 28th.
The, that's good, because the 28th, I can't be there either. So.
And you and I had the thing on Tuesday, the 22nd.
Right. Okay. So
So
Monday,
there'll
the
be a public
21st.
forum on the 21st for comments regarding the redistricting plan, and then special board meeting will be the 29th. That's going to be a special call
Yes.
meeting just to talk about redistricting.
Yes.
And vote will occur that night.
Perfect.
Okay.
And what time for the public forum?
Schedule this at the high school.
Man, that worked out pretty well for the facilities last time, so I'm fine with
The
that.
high school, probably.
I like that
I'll check
too,
it.
so.
Dave's not here, I'll have to check and make sure there's nothing scheduled there.
Okay.
If there's a-
Let me see.
I don't have anything.
I don't know if there's going to be a group in there practicing. Yeah, we'll have to ask them. Can we
Go there,
be?
and then a second option could be Complex Auditorium, or we could go to the cafeteria at the high school, or, I don't know what we're expecting in numbers.
Mhm.
Media is the high school's possibility.
The Robert Campbell, at the Robert Campbell Building.
Yes. Let's go to our name screen.
Okay, all righty. So our public forum is at GRC, possibly, with some backups, and then our special call meeting will be here. And what time?
Let's say 6:30 for both to be consistent.
Yes,
That's okay.
excellent.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Awesome.
Next item is discuss methodology and timeline for superintendent evaluation. I went ahead and put that on because that's something that we need to consider. The state had requested some things that be put into assist, and auditor's office recommended that we talk about training or finance, facilities, and what was the other item? I can't remember what it was. We talked about all three extensively. So student achievement. So, yes. So budgeting. So and we've covered all the ground in all those areas, but I do want to go ahead and try to set up a rubric for the timeline, that rubric and timeline for superintendent evaluation. The state is going to be coming down the pike with a new superintendent evaluation tool at some point. It is not complete yet. It will probably be complete for next year. So this year, my suggestion for the group would be to use KSBA's tool, which we've used in the past for superintendent evaluation. It's a superintendent in 9 different areas. What we would do is I would send that out to all board members, and I would ask you to complete that. It's a number rating system, 1 through 4, with comments. What the board would do is the board would meet in closed session to discuss the preliminary evaluation. And in general, what we do is we take our individual evaluations, hash them out, work on them, rework them, and come up with an aggregate summative evaluation. And then that summative evaluation would be presented at an open meeting. So this process was interrupted last year because we're interviewing superintendents, and I guess we were evaluating our superintendent candidates at the time quite thoroughly. So, and traditionally our district's done that in June. So I wanted to throw that on the April agenda just to get a timeline out. So we have a lot on our plate right now, getting the redistricting done. So we're looking at additional 2 meetings for that, so I would probably suggest for me to send out the evaluation instrument sometime in May. Once things calm down a little bit, towards the end of May, first part of June, we can set a meeting, a closed session meeting to discuss the evaluation. I'd prefer to do that on a separate day versus another board meeting. In years past, we've done that an hour before, and we have a lot to talk about. So that's going to work best if it's on its own individual day, I think.
So what criteria or what goals do we have from the superintendent that we will be evaluating him on according to our instrument?
Let's see.
I've got some who's the new superintendent, some broad goals there that I can send forward that I've been working on through that process. With my mentors, and there has been a meeting, I think we met.
Yes.
The board chair been on one or two of those meetings.
I should have mentioned that there is a new training program, training accreditation program. It's something you got to do. It is regarding new superintendents. I mean, you have to have an action plan, 30, 60, 90-day timeline. We've talked about that when you're interviewing superintendents, but that's reality for new superintendents now. He's been assigned a mentor, and we had a meeting once, I think it was back in the fall, so which went over that. And I think it evaluates, plans for the district, plans for personal growth, plans for professional growth, and it really covers a lot of ground. So if you wanted to make that available to us, I think that would be pretty helpful.
Well, and typically, and we have the district goals that we often, those probably need to be updated. Because I think they go through 2014.
Right. We'll need to do that at some point in time, I would say, over the summer.
So often, superintendents generally give us a narrative, give the board members a narrative regarding progress toward those goals as well as progress toward personal goals. That helps when we apply that instrument rather than just, so that you have something on which to base that numeric evaluation that you're giving.
I think that's one thing about the new superintendent evaluation program. It's going to probably get away from that because a lot of the measures on there are much more objective. I don't know if you went to one of the KSBA trainings on it, but they introduced it. It was a session last June on that, or last July on that. So, and it's much like PEAGES and principal.
Right. 81 bullet.
Yes. Yes.
In the 8th level.
But then the good thing about that is that you're collecting information all year long. It's not like you're just going to, at the last second, throw this up there. We're collecting data all the time. So.
I would say the new superintendent growth and development plan is pretty comprehensive because I've seen it and I've reviewed it with Mr. Christie. And, it would address a lot of those things. I think if the board members had access to that, that plan's got certain requirements, and are you meeting certain requirements or are you not meeting other requirements? I think that would be helpful. So what I would like to do is perhaps, let's say sometime before the May meeting, if Paul could get that plan out to us, and where, in terms of get it up to date exactly where we are and everything. We'll have the district goals. That's another piece that we need to look at. Probably, let's see, we did the hiring of the superintendent. We had job criteria. I think that should probably be involved. So, bless you. So I think that's another piece. And then the KSBA survey instrument. So I think once we have all those things, we'll have the things that we need to do the evaluation. So, and I would probably look for us I would probably plan to do the evaluation at the June meeting.
Okay.
As part of the June meeting, we probably need to meet a week or two before and set up a closed session specifically for that purpose. So,
okay.
So everybody's okay with that rubric and timeline with superintendent. That allows us to get redistricting done, principals named, classrooms moved, and all the other stuff we got to do in the next 60 days here. So.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay. Next up is the consent agenda. Does anyone wish to consider anything off the consent agenda separately? If not, a motion is in order to approve the following. Item number 36, consider approval of Clark Middle School band and chorus trip to Kings Island on May 24th, 2014 in Mason, Ohio. Item number 37, consider approval of Clark Middle School band and chorus grade 6 trip to Kings Island on May 31st, 2014 in Mason, Ohio. Item number 38, consider approval of fundraiser requests. Item number 39, approval of employee leaves of absence. Item number 40, acknowledge the notice of personnel action report. Item number 41, acknowledge the cash position report. Item number 42, acknowledge the Clark County Clerk's motor vehicle tax report. Item number 43, acknowledge the Clark County Sheriff's report. Item number 44, acknowledge the monthly financial report. Item number 45, acknowledge the general fund budget summary report. Item number 46, acknowledge quarterly detailed school budget reports, which is on there twice, item 46 and 47. So it'll just be item 46 and 47, the same thing. Motion is in order to approve those items.
No, 46 and 47 are separate.
I'm sorry,
They're
46 is quarterly detailed school budget reports, and
District.
47 is acknowledged quarterly detailed district budget.
I move that we approve or acknowledge the aforementioned items.
Okay, motion by Ms. Six.
Second.
By Dr. Griffith. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Ms. Ritchie out. Motions in order to authorize payment of salaries and accounts payable.
I'll make a motion to authorize salaries and accounts payable.
Motion by Dr. Griffith.
A second.
Second by Mr. McGowan. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Ms. Ritchie out. Motions in order to adjourn.
I make a motion to adjourn.
Sure you don't want another hour?
Nope. I'd be up in 5 hours.
All right, motion by Mr. McGowan, second by Dr. Griffith. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Ms. Ritchie out.
Four.
It's a.
Four to
You didn't read it?
I did.